Hmm. All right, welcome in everybody to another live coverage of severe weather. So right now we are having some pretty good severe weather in Iowa with a few tornado warnings that are going on. Let's just kind of hop right to it. Just to the east of Buffalo Center, to the west of Thompson. So this is radar indicated up to quarter size hail, roughly for about another 26 minutes here. It looks like a little bit of broad circulation going on. Here also radar indicated. This is for right on the border of Iowa and Minnesota for Rake, Iowa. This is extreme north central Iowa and Elmore in Minnesota. So if you are in Elmore or Forest, Minnesota, you guys are in a tornado warning for roughly 26 more minutes. This is radar indicated up to 1 inch size hail with these storms. Once again, everybody, thanks for tuning in tonight for live severe weather coverage. Um, there will be severe weather moving across Nebraska, Iowa, and Minnesota. Right now, have roughly 3 tornado warnings out, 2 in Iowa, 1 in southern Minnesota. One in Minnesota is moving north to northeast. This is moving north at 15 miles an hour, the tornado warning in Minnesota. All right, a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings. We're starting to get them fired up over in Nebraska now. So in northwestern Nebraska by Shattern, Crawford, and Rushville, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is just to the east of Hay Springs in Nebraska, and also have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour wind. This will be for really for nobody. This is a pretty open land out here. But even to the west of Wood Lake, just south of Valentine, has a pretty good cell with hail included in there. So we're going to go ahead and head back over to Iowa and Minnesota really quick. These are all radar indicated tornado warnings right now. We'll start with this one down here, just to the east of Buffalo Center. Radar indicated up to quarter size hail to the west of Thompson. So, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Buffalo Center, or 14 miles northwest of Forest City, moving northeast at 5 miles an hour. So, this is an extremely slow moving storm. We'll head back down over to extreme north central Iowa. Radar indicated. So this tornado warning has actually moved across into Minnesota. So if you're on this side of the tornado warning, you don't have anything to worry about right now. But if you are just to the east of Elmore or in Forest, you guys are in a tornado warning for roughly about another 22 minutes with this cell right here. This is moving north at 15 miles an hour. All right, once again, want to welcome everybody. If you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button for me. We will be covering severe weather for probably most of the evening into early morning hours. So, RH, what's going on? Good to see ya. We'll check in later. Thank you for your service, Steve. Hey, appreciate you too. Yeah, definitely. I will be here. We're not going anywhere. Well, this will be a pretty long stream going into the early morning hours. So, all right, we're going to head back into Nebraska really quick. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings just to the east of Shadron. We're looking at quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour wind. This is actually definitely has some pretty good hail in it. This is just to the south of Rushville in central Nebraska. We'll go ahead and put this one in motion, and you can see it's not really moving that fast. It's really hugging along Highway 250 just to the south of Rushville, uh, and also just to the southeast of Hay Springs. And then we'll go a little bit further to the east, just to the south of Valentine. A severe thunderstorm warning, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And actually, the cell actually to the north of this one actually looks pretty impressive. Um, the one just to the south of Valentine. But this one does have up to quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, expiring in about 20 minutes. Like to see, let's see what the echo tops are on this one. Not really impressive. 40,000. Yeah, really the only cloud top on this one is not even 40,000 feet. So this one isn't really that impressive. All right. Is Omaha Bellevue in the line? It will be later on, like tonight. So these storms are gonna fire up pretty rapidly out here to the west. They're gonna move east, and then once again, once they hit about, Atkinson, over here, northeastern Nebraska, they will make a southeastern turn and head down through Norfolk and down to the Omaha area. Not expecting anything here in the Omaha metro, probably in between 4 and 6 a.m. It just depends how fast these can, get going once they make the southeastern turn. So roughly in between 4 and 6. I show them arriving kind of in the Omaha metro. All right, we're going to go back up. We do have a new tornado warning that is in Minnesota. Radar indicated quarter size hail, radar indicated Winnebago, and just to the west of Blue Earth. You guys are now in a tornado warning. I assume it's probably there's actually a couple of rotations in this. All right, so we're definitely looking at the southern. It's broad rotation, but definitely rotation down here and also in here. So there's a couple rotations in this one polygon. Well, let's see. So, a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles south of Winnebago, as kind of exactly where we pointed, or 14 miles east of Fairmont, moving northeast at 15. So, 7 miles to the south of Winnebago. Oh, yeah, that was that second. So, I think there's another area of rotation in here. We're looking at kind of this little hook echo right in this area right here. Right in there would be rotation. We did just do another radar scan, so it did push a little bit further northeast in this one. So definitely, if you are in Winnebago, Minnesota, in your safe place, lowest level of your home or building. Minnesota lakes, you guys are in the path of this tornado warning. So if you guys are in Minnesota lakes or Mapleton, be aware of this storm. You guys can see the progression of these cells moving northeast. So definitely Winnebago, Blue Hill, Minnesota lakes, and Wells. You guys will all be in the path of this cell. All right, so a new severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota for roughly penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This will be for Mountain Lake and Windham, Minnesota. Put a quick track on this one. See it's moving northeast. So Mountain Lake, probably Sleepy Eye, St. James. You guys will all be in the path of this line of storms right here. Kind of seeing where these other warnings are. It's like Texas, Missouri, Dent, Missouri, and Phelps, Missouri, all having severe thunderstorm warnings. Uh, Harper, Oklahoma, and Woods, Oklahoma. This is winds up to 70 mile an hour with considerable damage. Let's take a quick peek down at that cell. So definitely moving northeast. This will be just to the east of Buffalo. I believe this is Oklahoma. Yeah. So this is extreme north central Oklahoma, just to the east of Buffalo. You see it just crossing Highway 64 and 183 down in Oklahoma. Kind of going to be, if you guys are just tuning in, we're going to kind of be all over the map. There are numerous severe thunderstorm warnings like everywhere. All right, so we're going to jump down to Elk City and Clinton, Oklahoma. Penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. You guys are in this Warren area roughly for about another 45 minutes. Elk City and Clinton, Oklahoma. Kind of put a track on that for you guys. Doesn't I mean it's moving extremely slow to the east. So definitely Elk City and Clinton, Oklahoma. All right, so we got on that one. Let's head over to Missouri really quick. All right, so if you are in Sherrill or Licking, um, Missouri, Edgar Springs, up to penny-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for roughly about another 13 minutes. We'll go ahead and put this in motion for you guys. It's not moving very fast, but it's moving northeast very slow. Connie, hey, thanks for tuning in. Good to see you guys. Everybody here, if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We're going to be here for most of the evening. We got severe weather brewing in Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, and We have this one down in Missouri and a couple down in Oklahoma. So we're kind of going to be all over tonight. Let's go ahead and jump back up to these tornado warnings in Iowa and Minnesota. All right, so the tornado warning for Iowa was just allowed to expire. We're going to go just to the east of Blue Earth, Minnesota, and Winnebago. We're still seeing the radar indicated tornado warning. All right, so we definitely have some rotation just to the east of Winnebago. So this cell is moving to the northeast. So if you are in Minnesota Lakes, I would definitely be alert for this tornado warning heading in your direction. So definitely east of Winnebago, Minnesota. Not tonight, Steve. Not tonight. Finally got my yard mowed. You know what? I'm glad somebody did because I will probably be able to bale my backyard here after tonight's rain. It is so long. But, for everybody who's kind of just joining us, we are broadcasting from Eastern Nebraska, and here's our latest. So, right now, we're seeing almost 90-degree temperatures with a feel like temperature of 102, and we are approaching 7:30 in the evening. We do have south winds at roughly about 2 mile an hour and humidity at 65%. So, yeah, it is brutal out here. So, probably if I wasn't streaming live, I still would not be outside mowing. So, yeah, horrible conditions. Extremely hot. All right, so once again, a tornado warning for Winnebago, Minnesota. This will actually be just to the north of Blue Earth, but even Blue Earth, seeing extremely heavy rains, gusty winds coming through. Mystic, hey, how are you? I'm going to need a bush hog in my yard with all the rain in South Carolina. South Carolina's gotten a lot of rain too. You East Coast people, and you guys are going to see more with Hurricane Aaron uh, just off the Outer Banks out there. It's not going to make landfall in the United States, but it will come close enough that it will definitely give you guys extremely heavy rain along the East Coast out there. So, you know, probably massive amounts of flooding, definitely along the coastline. So, if you guys are along the coast on the East Coast, praying for you guys. Um, yeah, flooding is horrible. So it was hot. My eyeballs were burning from the sweat. Oh, don't you hate that when sweat gets in your eyes and then you try to wipe it out and then it just burns even more? Because then you're putting that basically like salt water. Our body has natural salt in it, and then you rub your eyes and man, I hate it. Hate it, hate it. Yeah, Mystic, absolutely. And here, when things settle down, we're here for the long haul for this evening. Like I said, we're in Nebraska, and we're also going to experience some severe weather later on. But our friends in Minnesota has these tornado warnings, and we are definitely, hopefully, keeping them safe. All right, let's see. All right. We're going to head back to Nebraska again. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's just a continuation of this other one. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's a pretty good cell just to the south of Rushville in Nebraska. This will be south of Gordon and east of Hay Springs. Connie, my daughter is up there. Yeah, give her a heads up. probably a little bit bigger size hail than a quarter is what they're calling. Let me look at the echo tops on this. I could tell you better. What are these? All right. So these are pushing close to 55,000 feet cloud top. So definitely probably a little bit bigger than the quarter size hail, what they're saying. So maybe half dollar size hail. Let me see. Yeah, definitely a pretty good hail core just to the south of Rushville, and to the south of Gordon on this severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska. We'll go a little bit more to the east. Even they allowed that, which I kind of figured. I didn't see really anything big with this cell going right across 83 that they had warned. Um, I was mentioning the bigger severe part of this cell was just to the south of Valentine. Um, so we're still probably getting just under quarter size hail. So this is probably just under severe limits. That's why it's not severe thunderstorm warned. So yeah. Oh, she's in Minnesota, 10 Mile Lake. Yep. Yeah, so we'll go back over there to Minnesota. All right, so it's still radar indicated for roughly 36 more minutes. Let me see. So basically, parts of rotation will be right up here. It's still heading to the northeast. Once again, this is only radar indicated. Nothing has been confirmed yet, so definitely a little bit of rotation uh, to the north end of this polygon, heading toward Minnesota Lake. So definitely, if you guys are in Minnesota Lake, be alert for this tornado warning just off to your southwest. And we're not going to forget you guys down there in Forest, Minnesota. You guys roughly have another 5 minutes left of your tornado warning. Not really seeing a lot of rotation in this one anymore, so they will probably allow this one to expire. I'll go ahead and put all this into motion for everybody really quick. So this pretty good massive cell is moving to the northeast. I don't remember what I said. So it's moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. I have no clue where 10 Mile Lake is. Well, let me see if I can. Maybe I can bring it up. 10 Mile Lake, 10 Mile Lake, Minnesota Township. Let's see where this is. All right, so Connie, this is for you, for your daughter's sake. Um, Okay, so you know what? She's pretty much safe. There's nothing. We'll go to the Aberdeen radar really quick. There's nothing here. So basically, your daughter is in this area right here. So pretty safe, pretty far away from anything. So I think she's gonna be good. All right, so we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. Yeah, definitely extremely good. All right, so this is less than quarter size hail. So the main threat on this one is going to be the wind gust of 60 mile an hour. All right, so it was at 70, so I think it's probably dropped down. Radar indicated 70, but still, if you are definitely east of this, so if you are in St. James or uh, Madalena, Madalia, sorry, Madalia, St. James or Madalia in Minnesota. Just expect really damage, definitely heavy rains, but uh, definitely damaging winds coming through. We can kind of take a couple of estimates. These are kind of on the outer banks of them. Right. So there are 60, 65 mile an hour winds in here. So that's why they put it down from 70 down into the 60 range going into St. James. But still, damaging winds moving east in this cell. All right, we're going to head over to this tornado warning again. So this is for Winnebago. So this will actually be for the northern part of this polygon here. So still 31 minutes, but your main area of rotation is actually up in this area up in here, moving to the northeast toward Minnesota Lake. All right, let's see where this other warning is. All right, we're going to head down to Oklahoma really quick. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds with this cell. This is a small little cell. Looks like it's moving just right down Highway 64 in northern Oklahoma. All right, so we have another severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see where it is. All right, so this one will be back up in Nebraska. Oh, severe thunderstorm warning. So this will be actually for Rushville. This will be to the east of Shadron. This will include Rushville and Gordon in northwestern Nebraska. This will be for ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. When you start seeing blue on radar like that, you definitely know there's some big hail in there. Kind of curious what these cloud tops are. Like only about 55, by 55,000. All right, so showing 50,000, sell just to that southeast 53,000 feet. So definitely some pretty high cloud tops for these cells. And I can almost guarantee the cloud tops are a little bit higher. All right, so there's 71 DBZ. So yeah, these are pretty definitely ping pong size hail producers. So if you are just to the north of Hay Springs, definitely some big time hail in these. We'll move just due east, just to the south of Valentine. It's not severe warn, but still pretty good cell here. Probably producing at least marble, maybe even nickel size hail, just to the south of Valentine. So these storms are moving east. So if you are in Wood Lake or even Springview, now is your time to get your cars in a garage, get whatever you need inside. So definitely some storms coming your way. We'll put this into motion. I mean, they're moving east, but extremely slow. All right. All right. So as I was saying, that tornado warning was in that northern polygon. So they did, extend this tornado warning. So if you are in Minnesota lakes, just to the east of Mapleton. This is radar indicated. Um, all right, so definitely we still have some rotation down in this area. So it is moving still to the northeast toward Minnesota Lakes. So if you are in Minnesota Lakes, you guys are now in a tornado warning. Seek shelter in the lowest level possible. Um, in your home or building, or if you guys are in a mobile home, get to your tornado shelter. That area of rotation is kind of just right in this area. So this is moving to the northeast. I don't know how fast, if this has picked up speed. So this is moving northeast at 35 mile an hour. Well, this is 25 miles to the south of Mankato, moving northeast. So 25 miles to the south. And that's kind of puts it where we had it. All right, so this polygon down here still has roughly 26 more minutes left. I think they will probably let this expire within the 26 minutes, just due to they have a new tornado warning polygon out for Minnesota lakes. So area of rotation in this, you kind of have your hook coming down here and your inflow notch coming in here. So if you are in this location, that's where your area of rotation is heading northeast toward Minnesota lakes. That's pretty close where I have it marked. Once again, welcome everybody to the tonight's severe live stream. If you guys haven't already, hit that like and subscribe button for me. I'd appreciate it. Well, there you go. No sooner than I said it, they went ahead and let that polygon, definitely shrink down. So they still have a little part of where that tornado warning is, but they went ahead and decrease that warning. Right. So one more time, if you are in Minnesota Lakes, you guys are in a tornado warning. Get to your lowest level possible. This is radar indicated. I don't believe the latest velocity scans have come in. If they did, this is still the rotation right here, heading to the northeast. It's safe to put my garbage out to the curb tonight. Um, you can put it out tonight in eastern Nebraska. We could see some strong wind gust, early morning. I mean, we're talking when like people are on their way to work, 5, 6 o'clock. It could be even as early as 4. In between 4 and 5 o'clock, we'll definitely start to see our storms roll into the Omaha area. And there could be, sustained 40, 50 mile an hour. We could get that 60 mile an hour wind gust. So, if your dumpster's heavy enough, you should be fine. Um, but if there's not a lot of stuff in there, it could blow over. So, yeah, I mean, either or. Right, let's go. Let's shoot back over to Nebraska really quick. All right. So still is pretty good severe thunderstorm warning. Now it's up to golf ball size hail. uh 60-mile-an-hour winds. So definitely what I was saying, if you are definitely underneath this, which if you look, there is nobody out here. There is no towns. This is best case scenario for the sand hills. Let it ping pong, say that quick, ping pong size hail all it wants to. This is basically riding right along Highway 250 and 27. So it will be approaching Highway 27 by chance if you're on that up toward just to the south of Gordon. You will not want to be there. All right, severe thunderstorm warning for Rushville, and this is also for ping pong size hail. Wasn't really seeing ping pong size hail in this cell. Not really anymore. Maybe it was, but I'm not seeing ping pong size hail uh in the Hay Springs, Rushville area. Definitely this one. This is actually golf ball size hail. All right, we're gonna head just to the east of the severe thunderstorm warnings in Nebraska. So we're gonna go to Valentine. So just to the south of Valentine, definitely a pretty good sell happening there. Um, just kind of building right there. It's not really moving too much. So massive amounts of rain just to the south of Valentine, holding right along. I believe this is Highway 20 to into Highway 83, just to the south of Valentine. So definitely if you're in Wood Lake, it's moving your way, but extremely, extremely slow. Yeah, it's gonna blow tomorrow morning. We definitely could see some strong winds. All right, let's take a quick peek for you Kansas people who are here. Let's take a quick peek. So this only has about 5 more minutes left. This is to the south of Phillipsburg, right along by Stockton, Kansas, just to your west. So it looks like around Highway 24 and 183 in Stockton. Roughly penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. You guys have roughly about 4 more minutes of this one left. If it continues, I probably exceed them. Um, expanding this warning, we'll have to see. Definitely some high echo tops on this. These cloud tops are almost 60,000 feet. Yeah, this one's definitely producing some good hail in here. All right, so that's a one little single lonely cell uh, in Kansas. Let's take a little trip down into Oklahoma. All right, so just to the north of Woodward, Oklahoma, along Highway 64, just to the north of Freedom, roughly penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds for roughly about another 33 minutes. We'll go a little bit south into Elk City and Clinton in Oklahoma. For roughly about 18 more minutes, you guys could see penny-sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds on here. I believe these storms are still moving, looks like northeast. I mean, these storms are not moving fast down here in Kansas. Uh, Actually, for all basically the states. I mean, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska, your cells are all like moving extremely slow right now. Right, big old W for that sunset in good old Eastern Nebraska, looking out to the west. Big old ball of sunshine. Roblox videos, Steve, storms and tornadoes in Iowa and Minnesota. Yeah, we've been covering them. Definitely. They started off in Iowa and have kind of worked their way up a little bit into Minnesota. So we've definitely been watching these warnings up here. So definitely just to the east of Mapleton and Minnesota Lakes. Let's see if we have. All right, so basically rotation is going to be moving out of one polygon into another. So not heavy circulation, but there would be our area of rotation right here. And this is still moving to the northeast at 35. So regardless, if you are in Minnesota Lakes or points northward in this polygon, you guys need to be in your safe place, lowest level of your home or building and away from windows. This is just radar indicated, but not everybody can spot just a quick spin up tornado. So yeah, probably a strong storm in Omaha tonight, but definitely no tornadoes. Yeah, Nebraska is not going to see any tornadoes or any threat of a tornado. That's just not going to happen. But yeah, we will be here for probably most of the evening. We will track these storms moving across right now northwestern Nebraska, also down into Valentine. The area out here will, this area will pick up and move eastward, and then it will slowly turn to the southeast. So there'll be a line in here moving down toward Omaha. This will be anywhere from 4 to even 5, 6 o'clock in the morning before it even makes its way down here. So we're not going to be up all night, doing this, but we'll be up here a good portion, at least probably into the Norfolk, Columbus, maybe area. Maybe we'll be live until, I don't know, maybe 2 in the morning. So, yeah, definitely, stay with us. And yeah, we're not going anywhere. So, all right, new severe thunderstorm warning for South Dakota, just to the south of Hot Springs. This will be for quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Um, if I was to say, this is probably a little bit bigger than quarter size hail just to the east of Provo, South Dakota. Probably a little bit good size hail in there. All right, I'm trying to figure out where this other warning is. All right. Oh, this is the one I was saying that they would probably continue. So I was kind of right. All right, so this one is still labeled for quarter size hail. So this will be just to the west, southwest of Stockton, Kansas, and just to the north of Plainville. Definitely a pretty good thunderstorm still in here. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Uh, I'm a kid, and when I grow, I want to be a storm chaser. That's pretty cool. I mean, storm chasing is cool. I can't say that I've really gone out. I mean, on the TV behind me, I think I have Brandon Copic. Yeah, this is still Brandon. So, um, I do. I watch storm chasing all the time. So yeah, I have Brandon Copic. He is actually I believe he's still in Iowa, just to let me see where he is. Da, 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 da. Looks like he is by Cedar Rapids. So um he's covering over there in Iowa by the Cedar Rapids. Let me see if there's So he's covering these cells over here. So we have a few storm chasers over there. If Omaha gets a tornado, that will be crazy. Yeah, we are not going to see a tornado tonight. I will tell you that right now. The conditions here are not favorable for there. There's no cheer. Yeah, this isn't the right atmosphere conditions for tornadoes here in eastern Nebraska. All right, but the tornado warning for just to the south of Mankato in Minnesota. So east of Mapleton and in Minnesota Lakes. Tornado warning for roughly about another 12 minutes. A couple of just really small areas of rotation in this. I mean, our main little rotation is down here, but we do have just a really weak broad rotation right over in here too. So two areas in this polygon. That's why it's just radar indicated. Just a couple of green pixels and red pixels together, and equals just a little bit of rotation. So yeah, yeah, Omaha gets like so many tornadoes last year. We had an EF4 in the Bennington. Yeah, oh yeah, we were just on the outskirts of that EF4. I am just on the outside of Elkhorn, Nebraska. So it basically was just roughly about maybe a mile to my west um, from our house. So yeah, that was definitely a close call. Started in Lincoln, moved northeast. Um, yep, that was April 27th of last year. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, last year was pretty intense with tornado warnings. Once again, if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Hit that bell icon. We go live pretty often for severe weather events. If it's big, small, yeah, we normally cover it all. So hit that bell icon, that like button, and subscribe. I'd appreciate it. So yeah, so this tornado warning has under 10 minutes. So we have roughly about 9 minutes. Hail is not the severe side of things, and even it's broaden rotation. Picked up a little bit more on the northern side of this. So we could see an extension to this, possibly. Little bit more, very weak and broad, but still has a little bit of rotation there, and basically two little pixels there. So extremely, extremely broad rotation in this cell. Was it April 26th? Was I wrong? I was wrong. It is April 26th. Yeah, it was April 26th. Sorry about that. On my last stream or two streams ago, we were talking about we had a severe weather outbreak. I believe it was down south. It was April 27th was that tornado outbreak. But you're right. It was April 26th. No kidding. Point 0.4 mile, just basically across the street from you. So you're over in Bennington? Well, cool. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Appreciate it. Yeah, I like when local people, I like, all of my subscribers. We have some, there's some, I guess, tonight from South Carolina. I know I have Reese down in um is it Panama City? I think it's Panama City. In Florida. So I have Iowa subscribers, Nebraska. I have subscribers everywhere. So it's good to have more people come in here, subscribe and like. It gets the stream out to more people for situations like this in Minnesota, where you guys still have another 7 minutes left of this tornado warning for Minnesota lakes, and that would be just to the east of Mapleton, North Meadow Ridge. Yep, I know the subdivision. All right, so we still have this severe thunderstorm warning, actually just to the west of this tornado warning. Um, Not really severe size hail, but still winds along this front of 60 mile an hour. So where you kind of see this bow echo right into here, along this front up here, you're going to have wind gusts probably up to 60 mile an hour moving east. So if you are in Lake Crystal, even just to the south side of Mankato, could experience some, 60, 65 mile an hour wind gust with this cell coming through. All right. All right, let's head back to Nebraska really quick. All right, still have these two severe thunderstorm warnings just to the east of Shattering. Golf ball size hail up to 60 mile an hour winds. Um, let's see where this new. All right, well, that's kind of what I was just saying about this tornado warning. It had just enough rotation on that northern cell, what I was just talking about, to go ahead and issue another tornado warning for this cell. And this is kind of what I was talking about. It was a little bit more rotation here a couple scans ago, but still, we have rotation right in here. It looks like this is mainly moving extremely northeast, east, northeast. So definitely a little bit of rotation in this still. So which hints another tornado warning. Let's see. So this will be just to the west of Wilton. So just to the west of Wilton, you guys are in Waldorf. Okay. If you are in Waldorf, you guys are in a tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately. Lowest level of your home or building, and stay away from windows. So it is basically just to the west of Waldorf. So that rotation was back kind of in this area in here. Yeah, I saw that new tornado warning. I was just talking about, the rotation on the north side of this first polygon down here, and I figured it was going to be warranted for another one. Okay, so they went ahead and let that polygon expire. So now we just have this one polygon for, you know, still rotation, but it's right in this area, just on the outskirts of Waldorf, Minnesota. And this cell is moving to the east northeast. Let's see actually how fast this is actually moving. Let's see, 20 miles southeast Mankato, moving east at 10. So this isn't moving very fast. So the only hazard in this is a possible tornado, but this is only radar indicated at this time. Once again, it's just to the west of Waldorf, Minnesota. Yeah, and I wouldn't even say brief. I wouldn't even say any of these are really. You may see a wall cloud in this one, but I wouldn't even say this is even a brief tornado. Rotation just isn't really that strong. All right, let's take another peek around. Let's see. All right, for that Sheridan and Nebraska storm, we were kind of just talking about that one before we came back over to Minnesota. Let's take another peek out of that one. This is clearly in the wide open. So it is now crossing Highway 27. So this will be just to the south of Gordon in Nebraska. Yeah, big old W for that sunset on live skycam. That's pretty cool. As it gets a little bit lower along the horizon, it'll be pretty cool. All right, still have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Hot Springs in South Dakota. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Definitely some pretty good hail just to the east of Provo in South Dakota. Um, Definitely to the south of Valentine too. Well, the latest scan kind of took that away. Let's see where this new warning is. Okay. I guess up in Montana. Must have a pretty good line. Penny size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds up here in Montana. So a couple storm reports. Looks like 51-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 9 miles south-southeast of Grass Range in Montana. So it looks like pretty much this whole line, there's a 60-mile-an-hour basically wind, another 59-mile-an-hour wind. So roughly in between 55 and 60-mile-an-hour winds in this line. Um, I know they just had a new severe thunderstorm warning. I missed it. I don't know where it is. All right. So for severity purposes, we'll go back over to this tornado warning. Um, just to the east of Pemberton, Pemberton, Minnesota, and just to the west of Wilton. So roughly 29 more minutes less left of this, basically under quarter size hail. This is only a radar indicated. Um, so a little bit further to the north. So definitely, if you're still in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, the lowest level of your home or building. All right, so still seeing some pretty good wind gusts along this front. There's roughly they're still clocking close to 60 mile an hour along this line, just to the north of St. James. in Minnesota. All right, so they kind of just condensed this severe thunderstorm warning down just a little bit. So definitely the line, this bow echo along this line, definitely Madalena, if you guys are in the path of this, you can definitely expect roughly about 60-mile-an-hour winds. Lake Crystal, Garden City, if it continues into Mankato and Mapleton, um, definitely be aware of this line moving east in your direction. Radar just kind of cut out right there. Let's put it back. There we go. All right, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you hit that like button and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next stream. Of course, we'll be here for a while, so if you come back, we'll be here. All right, let's take a quick jander up in Wisconsin. Wisconsin yesterday had some pretty good storms moving through Wisconsin. Madison, Milwaukee, um, Sun Prairie, uh, Beaver Dam, Baraboo. Pretty good storms moved in through here yesterday. We almost went live yesterday. Um, but yeah, they were moving pretty quick and before, I mean, then they started to weaken, so yeah, but they were still pretty good storms over there in Wisconsin. So probably the rotation part would be down in here. You got your inflow coming in, you got your hook coming down. So basically right in there. This is moving to the east. They said roughly about 35 mile an hour. So you're still in this tornado warning. If you are just to the west of Wilton, Minnesota, seek shelter. When we first started our broadcast, we had roughly about four tornado warnings. They extended actually kind of where these are right now. So, like Forest City area, Lake Mills, um, had some tornado warnings down over there. Buffalo Center. Now they kind of moved, into moved into Blue Earth, and then Winnebago over in Minnesota Lakes, Mapleton. Now they're slowly making their way to the east. So kind of went in kind of this direction. Kind of started here and they kind of moved up, and now they're moving over. So we'll go ahead and put this pretty strong to severe line in motion for everybody. Definitely the line foreman along Highway 14, just to the west of Mankato. Um, Definitely heavy rains, gusty winds along where the severe thunderstorm warning is. Earlier, they had gust up to 70 mile an hour. Now they dropped it down into the 60 mile an hour range. But definitely some heavy rain out here. Probably pretty loud. You see a couple of these CGs, which is cloud to ground lightning. All right, we'll take a peek over here. Man, there's a ton of lightning in the Valentine area, just to the east of Valentine. I mean, it's probably pretty loud out here. And we can also see this outflow boundary. You see a couple of them. So we're down to one severe thunderstorm warning over here in Nebraska, which really surprised this one right here that they don't put another warning out for this cell. It's probably so far out there to where there is like nothing. Yeah, there's like nothing out here. This is like strictly all sand hills out here. So there is nothing out here. All right, but we still have this one tagged for ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds for another 6 minutes. So probably the only area that I could even see possible would be just to the north of Hay Springs. Hay Springs may be the only area that I could see with that size of hail. And even then, with 6 minutes left, seriously doubt it. All right, we'll go back to the south of Hot Springs in South Dakota, just to the east, southeast east of Edgemont, South Dakota. Still tagging quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds for the next 20 minutes. We'll get the. There was some definitely some big hail in there. We'll slowly move into the east. So this is definitely moving more in that direction. Straight to the east. All right. So 20 more minutes. All right. So they did allow that severe thunderstorm warning to expire. But still, if you're along this line right here, eastward, expect some gusty winds. Probably not severe limits now, but at least between 50 and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're in still Crystal Lake, Mankato, um, anywhere, in this general area in Fairmont, uh, Albert Lee, definitely stay aware of this line of storms heading your way. Definitely some strong winds just to the west of Lake Crystal. Like I said, they're still clocking in between 50 and 60 mile an hour along this line. Oops. All right. Let's take a peek down south. All right, so we do have a weather report out of Kansas. So this severe thunderstorm warning is only for another 3 minutes. They could expand this one just a little bit more, maybe. This might be under severe limit size hail. So report of 1 inch size hail 1 mile east of Webster State Park. That's in Rooks County. This is reported on the south end of Webster Dam. I want to see if they extend that warning or if they're going to let it expire. So we'll go down to Oklahoma. All right, so we have no severe thunderstorm warnings anymore down in Oklahoma. Still have a couple of cells, but they are below severe limits. All right, so it looks like we have another severe thunderstorm warning that happened in Kansas. Um, really just want to see if this one disappears or if they're going to extend this one. I think they'll just let it drop. Roughly about 30 seconds to go. Right. Should be expiring any second. Right. There it goes. All right. So no severe thunderstorm warning. They went ahead and let it expire just to the north of Plainville in Kansas. But still, a report along the dam here of 1 inch size hail in Webster State Park by Webster Dam on the south end, Webster Dam. All right, let's take a peek at this severe thunderstorm warning just on the other side of Valentine in South Dakota. Looks like quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This will be for Millboro, South Dakota. And this will be for roughly about the next hour. These are moving extremely slow. Let's see where this other warning just came out. All right, so this is like as north can get. Right. So we are in North Dakota in the last county before we go into Canada for ping pong sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So this is half in Canada, half in the US. Let's see which way this is going. I assume south? Nope. All right, so this is actually kind of dropping. This will be east, southeast, like barely. I think this is mainly going east right across the borders. So if you're in Crosby, North Dakota, you are next in line for this severe thunderstorm. All right, we'll go back down to Montana really quick for another 43 minutes. Penny size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Looks like we did along this front have over a 60-mile-an-hour. Nope, it was a 60-mile-an-hour wind. For Mosby, Northwest Hydromet, Montana Climate Office. Okay, so they have their own weather station there. So 4 miles west of Cat Creek, Montana, 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right, so they did let the tornado warning expire up in Minnesota, so we have no active tornado warnings at this time. Still just a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out South Dakota and Nebraska. Actually, is that it? We just have the three. No, it says five. Let's see where the other ones are. Oh, the one up in Montana. Duh. All right. So South Dakota, Montana, Nebraska, North Dakota. So all the warnings are basically just right here. All right, we're going to drop down to the Nebraska radar. All right, polygon showing still quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's nothing out here. This is complete all sand hills. Back up into South Dakota, roughly for about 11 more minutes. Provo, South Dakota. You are in this warning, but the storm is off to your east. Once again, if you are south of Valentine, if you are in Wood Lake, probably seeing some rain, hearing some thunder, seeing some lightning. And just across the border over into South Dakota, seeing quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. In Millboro, South Dakota. All right, let's see if they've updated. Let's see what the Futurecast, what the models on the HRRR are saying for here. So it looks like they've are starting to update this. When you see the white, they've updated. Pink, they haven't gotten that far out yet. So this will be for 8 o'clock. So roughly about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, it's adding up, kind of right in here. Still seeing some storms. Definitely around probably there's 1, 2 o'clock hour um, in north central Nebraska. Definitely by 4 a.m. Definitely be in, Norfolk, Columbus, Central City, Fullerton, Madison. This is like 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, if it speeds up, it could be a little bit further, maybe Fremont, Schuyler, North Bend, Webster, Scribner area. Could be down in here by 4 a.m. We'll keep going a little bit further. All right, so it's saying roughly about 6 o'clock now, and even then, it's pushing most of the heavy rain to the north. But we'll still see little scattered showers, thunderstorms here in eastern Nebraska. So by 10 a.m., you know, it's saying we could see some, pretty good showers and thunderstorms here in the Omaha metro. Washington, Douglas, Sarpy, Saunders, Lancaster, definitely Potawatomi. Um, could show by 10 o'clock. So uh, maybe you won't get the early morning wake up call. Maybe it'll be, uh, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. So yeah, so that's basically the outlook. Uh, the latest models. It's supposed to, and we could see more activity, up in the Sioux Falls, South Sioux, City area, you know, 3, 4, 5 a.m. You guys could get an early morning wake up call too, up in Sioux Falls. Vermilion, Yeah, definitely some showers and thunderstorms moving through your guys' area. All right, so it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning that actually just came out for that line of storms, now including Mankato, Lake Crystal, and Mankato. This was the warnings I was talking about earlier with that initial line that was coming down definitely. And I was saying if you guys are still in the path, Lake Crystal, Mankato, any of these towns along this line could definitely see 50 to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Um, well, and they put a tornado label possible signature on this. So not severe hail, but definitely gusty winds and probably some little bit of rotation in here. Definitely a little. It would be, it's very, very broad, but definitely in this, area here, you see the reds going away from the radar, greens going toward the radar. But what you also see is those white pixels in there. These are extremely gusty winds in here. So right there was clocking almost 70 mile an hour in there. So definitely to the west of Mankato and Lake Crystal. Definitely still seeing some strong winds along this frontal boundary. Definitely moving in that direction. You guys can all see these storms basically moving northeast. Let me see how fast this is actually moving with this recent. So these are moving, yeah, northeast at 55 mile an hour. So these are definitely moving. So if you are definitely in the path of these storms, you guys will definitely see some gusty winds. And once again, if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Click that bell icon. We go live pretty often. We do big events, small events. Um, yeah, everybody loves weather. That's everybody's talk is something weather. So yeah, so we are definitely the channel on here to uh mostly give live coverage every now and then. We'll just put up radar or live sky cam um, of this like awesome sunset here in Eastern Nebraska. So yeah, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Um, we try to keep everybody updated on severe weather events when possible. All right, we'll come down here. Uh, North central Nebraska, just kind of in the Valentine area, just south of Valentine. Still some pretty good thunderstorms, but these are just not moving. I'll put it into motion for you, and you guys can kind of just see those cells are kind of just sitting there. So, definitely, if you're south of Valentine, extremely heavy rains. All right, so here's a new severe thunderstorm warning. As we were kind of just talking about this, So it'd be just to the west of Ainsworth, Nebraska. And I believe Wood Lake is included. It is. So Wood Lake is also included in this severe thunderstorm. And just outside of Springview, the town of Springview in Nebraska. So severe thunderstorm warning for roughly 47 more minutes for half-dollar size hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So those half-dollar size hail would be in this location right here. So it'd be just to the north of Wood Lake in Nebraska. All right, so this warning over here should be expiring pretty soon. Okay, I couldn't have said it quick enough. So one more minute, actually less than 1 minute for this cell over here in South Dakota. We'll see if they extend this one. Still showing a little bit of hail in there. Don't know if it's severe rated or not. All right, so we do have another warning somewhere. All right, so it's back over into Nebraska. Another warning. This is the ones I kind of we were just talking about, just south of Valentine that I said it looked pretty impressive. Still showing quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds in here. Um, okay, so they did let that severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Hot Springs, South Dakota, go ahead and expire. So mainly our concentration is now here in north central Nebraska. You know, I'm gonna click on this, and this is going to be moving like east at like 5 miles an hour. Moving, okay, east at 20. Doesn't look like it's moving 20 mile an hour, but oh, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So they're saying moving east at 20. No, in this area, just looks like it's not even moving. It's just staying right there. All right, let's take a quick peek. Let's go back over into Minnesota. All right, so we do have a severe weather report out of just to the west of Mankato and Lake Crystal. So this will be for a 55-mile-an-hour wind gust in Brown County. Source was emergency management reports wind gusts captured on a personal weather station. So this is still a pretty good line moving through Mankato and Lake Crystal. Even to the south of this, down toward Albert Lee and Fairmont, you know, extremely a ton of lightning out of these storms down here. Right. Still have this pretty good line of showers and thunderstorms moving through Montana. Basically, along this line right here, you guys are going to be seeing gusty winds. It really doesn't look like anything is out here. Way down the road is Wolf Point. Jordan, you're just outside to the west, or you're east, but you're east of the severe thunderstorm warning, but it's to your west. Um, yeah, there's not really a lot out here. Riding right along Highway 200. All right. So that severe thunderstorm definitely pushing a little bit more to the south. So still ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds for roughly about 26 more minutes. These storms that are just to the, south and east of Valentine, that's going to be our, you know, main storm producer down here in Omaha come, you know, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and it even looks like it's the latest models are showing activity even around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning down here in eastern Nebraska. All right, let's see where that warning came out. All right, where is it? All right, you know what? It's that same cell down in Kansas that we were looking at earlier. So in Plainville, Kansas, back to quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, roughly 40 minutes left of that. So just to the north, Plainville, yeah, you're getting dumped on with heavy rain right now, but uh, just to your north, that's where you're seeing the quarter size hail, just to your north. You guys can kind of see that it's slowly pushing east southeast. Probably not that fast either. Of course, I say not that fast, and it's probably going like 20 miles an hour. Moving southeast at 10. I didn't think it was moving too fast. It looks like a weather sensor 5 miles north of Plainville reported a 62-mile-an-hour wind gust. So definitely some, you know, gust out of this little cell. Mm. So yeah, once again, if you guys are new to the channel, just joining us, thanks for tuning in. This was severe weather coverage. Had a few tornado warnings. Let me restate that. Few tornado warnings from Iowa crossing the border into Minnesota. Nothing confirmed. All radar indicated. So now we're just kind of tracking severe thunderstorm warnings right here in Kansas, but for the most part up here in north central Nebraska. These are all pushing basically east southeast. Pretty slow. A ton of lightning out there. If you are in Valentine or just to the east of Valentine, man, the light show. Very electric out in that location, just to the west of Ainsworth. Yeah, if you're definitely in Ainsworth looking to the west, man, you guys can see a massive light show out there. All right, once again, if you are in eastern Nebraska, live west Omaha weather, so we're sitting at 85 degrees. Feel like temperature is still 96 out. We still have a dew point of 76 degrees. Absolutely, it's horrible out there. So dew point 76, feel like 96, and we're talking 8:40 in the evening. Winds are southeast, about 2 miles an hour. Humidity, horrible, 74%. So yeah, absolutely miserable here, but look at that sunset. If you're indoors looking out, that's what you see. Look at that. Kind of soak that in a little bit. Beautiful. That's pretty cool. You got to give that thumbs up for that sunset. It's pretty cool. Got to give that a thumbs up. Right. Well, you know what? We got a little bit of time. Let's go take a quick peek at Hurricane Aaron. Let's go see what she's up to. Yeah, we could probably see her in here. Is this her last reading? Is she right here? Cat 3 now? I believe this is. Get this over where you guys can see. All right, there she is. Well, let me introduce you to Hurricane Cat 3 Aaron. She is on the move. She should be, definitely some waves. The Dominican Republic, the Haiti, um, definitely seeing some pretty good surfs along there. Um, she should be taking I think she's starting to. So right here is her eye. Well, that yellow dot right there. That's the high of the hurricane. So she should be moving more toward uh, the north here pretty soon. So she's going northwest. She should be turning to the north here. Um, Definitely, the Bahamas, uh, Marsh Harbor. You guys are definitely going to be seeing some huge waves. I was hearing earlier that along the East Coast there could be 100-foot waves. That is like enormous from this hurricane. Definitely Hurricane Aaron is definitely on the move. Um, and just for a little bit, she was a Cat 5 hurricane just to the north of St. Martin and starting to make that northwesterly track. So yeah, this will definitely be, if you're on the East Coast, along, the coastline, this will definitely be affecting you probably in the next probably 2 to 3 days. I think the forecast is to come up and then make a immediate hard right turn and then kick back out. But yeah, definitely along, the Florida coastline, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, major, you know, inflow waves. When this starts to veer off to the back to the northeast, yeah, there's going to be some huge waves out here. One more close look of the Eye of Aaron. Right. Right, go back to the severe thunderstorm warnings. Three in Nebraska, one in South Dakota. We have still one in Minnesota. We'll take a quick peek in that one really quick. So this will be for Mankato and Lake Crystal. This is roughly for about 14 more minutes. They do have a tornado possible label on this. Um, Rotation was very broad. Yeah, there's not much rotation, but definitely some extreme gusty winds. So just to the north of Mankato, 60, say 64, there was a 67 mile an hour wind gust in there. So they kind of just condensed this severe thunderstorm to like right where we were talking. So definitely in this area, definitely in here seeing pretty strong winds as it moves off to the northeast. There was definitely some lightning. I mean, a lot of lightning with this storm. Minneapolis getting a little bit of rain and thunderstorms. We'll have to watch, this line, basically from here down, this whole line pushing basically eastward. We'll have to see I mean, this is making kind of a V line. So this actually could, go into the Minneapolis area. Have to wait and see on this one. So Shakopee and Egan. I know Inver Grove Heights is in this area. Uh, St. Paul, Bloomington, yeah, Maplewood, Oakdale, Woodbury, Inver Grove Heights, Cottage Grove, Egan, Richfield, Bloomington. Um, Definitely this, you know, cell just to the south of you guys. Definitely heading up toward you. So we'll keep an eye on this for you. Right. We have a weather report. I don't know if I touched on this earlier. Uh, 25 miles northeast of Ellsworth, Nebraska, 1 inch, size hail, quarter size hail with 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds were reported. Um, that was when that severe thunderstorm warning was back here. So basically 25 miles northeast of Ellsworth, Nebraska. Ellsworth has to be. Where's Ellsworth? I mean, that's pretty far out. If they're saying like 25 miles, I mean, that's the closest place to that. Like I said, this is like open terrain. You guys can see the train. It's sand hills out here. There is nothing out here. Once again, it seems like we always talk about it, but Hyannis is like the closest town, and that's clear to the south. So 10 more minutes for this storm with this severe thunderstorm warning, 1 inch size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right. Have a new severe thunderstorm warning. So, all right, there it is. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning. This will be just to the north of Valentine in South Dakota. This will be for Oak Creek uh, segment area. So quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you are in this polygon just on the north side of Valentine in South Dakota, severe thunderstorm warning for 39 minutes, 1 inch size hail, and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Then just to the east of that warning is another warning, expires in 24 minutes, quarter size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Once again, like to thank everybody again for tuning in for severe weather coverage tonight. A lot of it in the beginning had to do with northern Iowa into Minnesota for numerous tornado warnings over there. All radar indicated. Had one observed tornado in Iowa earlier, but I think that was the only observation. Was just one warning over there. But now still have a warning in Minnesota, but most of the severe thunderstorm warnings are southern South Dakota and north central Nebraska. And even up in Norfolk, beautiful sunset. Stanton County. Mm. All right, where's everybody tuning in from tonight? Uh, can you guys chat? Are you guys able to chat? I know sometimes no one's able to chat. At my last job, I could watch live streams, but couldn't chat because you couldn't log on or sign on to your account. So I completely get it. But if you can, let me know where you're from. Go up and see if that warning is still up in Montana. It is. I'm surprised. How much longer? 6 minutes? Kind of figured that this was almost ready to expire. They probably will. I don't see anything as severe as it was. Still a pretty good line of thunderstorms. Channel no one subs to Boys Town. Is that where you work? Do you work at Boys Town? Right, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts 4 miles west of Cat Creek. Right, still having some thunderstorms just on the north side of Valentine. So quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Well, it looks like some of our subscribers are down here in the Omaha area, which this is all ground clutter. There is nothing out here. I don't even know why it's showing this. So definitely ground clutter out here in Omaha. Hey, hey, what's going on? Glad you hopped on. So just covering some severe thunderstorm warnings. We were covering some tornado warnings earlier. Back up into here. So this is what I was talking about earlier up in Minnesota. So this is definitely making a V line up toward the Minneapolis, St. Paul area. So not severe hail. Biggest threat is 60-mile-an-hour winds. Definitely, Belle Plaine, uh, this line right here is making beeline to the northeast. So Shakopee, Bloomington, St. Paul, all the smaller towns, Richfield, Egan. This is all moving up toward your way. St. Paul, Minneapolis, Roseville, Maplewood, Oakdale, Woodbury. Definitely, this line is heading northeast. You should look at Hurricane Aaron. Actually, we already did. Just a little bit ago, we zoomed in on her eye, and yeah, we were we were all about Hurricane Aaron here a couple minutes ago, probably before you logged on. So she is down to a Cat 3 hurricane now, but still very intense hurricane, big hurricane. I guess for everybody who is just joining us, we can look one more time um, at Hurricane Aaron really quick. Right. So here is Hurricane Aaron. So we should be getting another update here pretty soon. We'll put her in motion. Matthew does a weather Bermuda high warm in the Atlantic. Matthew does a weaker Bermuda high warm the Atlantic. Okay. But yeah, Erin is definitely starting to, she's moving west and now she's moving northwest. And pretty soon, once she gets, more up, kind of heading up the East Coast, she's going to make a hard right turn up here. Um, I know you guys can't see that. Let me switch that. So she'll make kind of a track like this, but still shooting huge waves against the East Coast. So if you are definitely along the East coastline, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, even up into Virginia area, definitely huge waves are going to pound the eastern seaboard. All right, let's go back. All right, so it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma. All right, so just north of Woodward, I think we were talking about this storm earlier. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. It looks like Freedom, you are in this warning. So if you are in Freedom, Oklahoma, looks like this cell is probably moving like due east. Not very fast, though. Okay, moving east at 10. That's kind of what I thought. So definitely not fast. Hey, Cruzy, what have you been up to lately? All right, so we'll take a quick peek on this severe thunderstorm warning for another 12 minutes for Plainville, which still has quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So now it's actually dropped to the south. So this was just to the north. So Plainville had to have gotten, good quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds as it dropped to the south. Um, Kind of is holding strong right there. That's the latest radar update. So for 11 more minutes, this really isn't moving that fast. Southeast of 10, so definitely not fast. Right. Let's go northward up into Nebraska. We haven't been there. Okay, so they let that severe thunderstorm warning that was south of Gordon in this area allowed to expire. Right, so now they just condensed the severe thunderstorm warning up in South Dakota. Oh, it still have the severe thunderstorm warning, half-dollar size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds just to the northwest of Ainsworth. The one also basically over nowhere in the Sand Hills, 10 more minutes, quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Once again, thanks everybody joining in tonight on the severe weather coverage. Basically for north central Nebraska, South Dakota, and still have a few warnings over here in Minnesota, which is approaching Minneapolis. Definitely a pretty strong line. Definitely heavy rain, gusty winds. Well, let's see how fast this is moving. So this is moving still at a northeast clip at 50 mile an hour. So if we kind of stop and put a track on this, we're gonna say Lawrence 14 minutes, Jordan 17, Baden 21. We'll go a little bit further down. Grainwood, basically 30 minutes. Prior Lake, 30 minutes. Shakopee, 29 minutes. Let's see. Eden Prairie, 35. Greenwood, 36. Bloomington, roughly 40 minutes. Woodland, 40 minutes. Minnetonka, 40. Minneapolis, roughly 50 minutes. So if you are in the Minneapolis, St. Paul area, this will be roughly in Minneapolis in just under an hour. So about 50 minutes. West St. Paul, 53 minutes. Falcon Heights, 54. So numerous people, 4.3 million people in the path of this storm heading up. So extremely heavy rains, gusty winds. Yes, thank you. gonna start picking people here pretty soon once this channel grows a little bit more for my mods. So definitely, definitely thank you. What time is it for you, Steve? A little after 9 o'clock. I'm Central time. I'm in Nebraska. I'll go back to live sky cam. Just look at that sunset. Cool, cool, cool. So in the month of August, in our neck of the woods here in Nebraska, from August 1st to, is there 30 days, 31 days in this month? Um, we lose 70 minutes. So we lose over an hour of daylight just in this month alone. What does it take to be a mod in your chat? Um, Basically me picking the people, um, and just putting you, just kind of in a different category with everybody else. So yeah, once my chat grows a little bit more, I mean, we're still new, we're still getting our subs. Um, you know, if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button, you know, hit the bell icon. We go live pretty often. So we cover, small severe weather events to large severe weather events. So if we're able to, basically, which means if I'm not working my full-time job and there's severe weather events, we're normally on. So uh, yeah, we believe that, even the severe thunderstorm warnings people need to know about and what's heading their way, not just tornadoes or, everything else. We believe everything is important weather-wise. So definitely hit that like and subscribe button in the bell icon. We appreciate it. All right, so this line is definitely moving to the north northeast, roughly 50, 55 mile an hour. So um, yeah, Minneapolis, probably about 40 minutes now. It'll be in your neck of the woods. Still a couple pretty good, whoops, pretty good little cells to like the north of Waterloo, Iowa, and Sresco. Looks like they're kind of weakening as they're moving more to the north, but at one point, pretty good storms there. Take a look over into Wisconsin really quick. So Hillsboro, you guys just had a probably a passing storm go over. All right, so the severe thunderstorm, I think they took one away. Yep. So the one just north of Valentine was allowed to expire. Still have this one, just to, only for about 2 more minutes, or just west of Ainsworth. So this one, half dollar size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. I think the stronger part of the storm, as you guys can see, is roughly just to the west of Springview. So Springview, basically this area has, and there goes the warning. As we were talking, they went ahead and let that expire. So now the strongest storm in Nebraska is roughly just in Springview. I don't think we have any severe warnings in Nebraska at this time. Just the two in southern South Dakota, just to the south of Weiner, and that's only for about 30 more seconds for this one, and it's about 16 more minutes for the one just off to its west. So we will watch this one expire here shortly. It'll be any second, because that is the longest minute. There it goes. All right. So down to one severe thunderstorm warning, still up in South Dakota, and that is for roughly about 15 more minutes. Oak Creek segment area. Well, even looking at this storm, it's definitely decreasing in severity. Saw the purples down here, basically really lightening up as it moves to the northeast. All right. So they went ahead, like I thought they were going to let that severe thunderstorm warning expire up in Montana. They even let the severe thunderstorm warning expire up here in the extreme northwest corner of North Dakota along the Canadian border. So not too many more. Let's go down to Oklahoma. So they did let that one in Kansas expire. So we'll take a look at this one. $half size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds for another 14 minutes, and just to the north of Woodward, Oklahoma. I think we talked about this cell earlier, and Freedom still in the severe thunderstorm warning. And this storm hasn't really moved that much because I think we were talking about this one earlier. Just kind of blowing up in the same location. And it says moving northeast at 10, but it's just kind of recycling over itself over and over and over again. Yeah, Oklahoma City's pretty quiet. We definitely have a backyard cam. It is just probably so dark where I am that you guys will not be able to see anything. Definitely, definitely dark. Somebody's got their brake lights on. All right, so that warning in Oklahoma for roughly about 10 more minutes. Um, I guess the biggest one is up here toward Minneapolis. Definitely just on the south side of uh Shakopee, Bloomington, Minneapolis, Egan area. These storms are actually moving at a really fast clip, roughly 50, 55 mile an hour to the northeast. So the latest to Minneapolis from here, 41 minutes. So 41 minutes, I will be on the south side of Minneapolis area. So in the blue polygon is roughly 3.5 million people. So if you are definitely in this area, extreme gusty winds, heavy rain, as this moves northeastward at roughly about 50, 55 mile an hour. All right. New severe thunderstorm warning is just coming out. Let's see where that is. Gotta be right here. All right. So another one just on the, so that is in Weiner, South Dakota. So we are kind of just talking about that storm, quarter size hail, up to 60 mile an hour winds. So this will be moving northeast. Okay, well, they have it going north. So northeast at 25 miles an hour. If you're in Weiner, South Dakota, right along Highway 18 and 44, roughly quarter size hail, up to 60 mile an hour winds in this warning. And this one just off to your southwest should be wrapping up pretty soon. So roughly about 8 minutes, uh, could be even less. All right. Well, you can definitely start to see the outflow boundaries. Definitely start to see this one. And then this one. Definitely some gusty winds out here. Okay, let's go back up to Minnesota. We have a pretty good line of showers and thunderstorms moving pretty rapidly to the northeast toward Minneapolis. So definitely a quiet evening here so far in Eastern Nebraska. Definitely quiet. We'll go to live temps. So right now it's exactly 84 degrees. Dew point is a horrible 76 degrees, which is still making it feel like almost 94 degrees. Roughly 9:30 and 93 degrees. South winds, very, very light. So basically nothing. Humidity almost 80%. So definitely miserable outside. You definitely don't have to be there. Yeah, don't. Right. Couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. All right. So we have one down toward just on the north side of Davenport in Iowa. So just to the east of Tipton, Iowa. Severe thunderstorm warning. This has a possible tornado signature on it. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So Eldridge, Walcott, Durant, and Wilton, you guys are at the southern uh, edge of this warning. Uh, Definitely quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds with a possible tornado label signature on it. Definitely some gusty winds, very, very broad rotation. That's probably why they're putting a tornado signature on it because it's very weak and broad. Right. So definitely, if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, so this would be for Clarence, Loudon, Wheatland, and Grand Mound and DeWitt. You are all in this severe thunderstorm warning. Cable producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter size hail, and even the possible tornado signature on it. This is mainly due to basically like the bow echo effect that it's having, extremely gusty winds out ahead of this front. A little bit of, even a little notch rotation coming in. Like I said, very, very, very broad. I mean, there's not a tornado warning on this. It's just you can kind of see where a little hook echo would form in these. Um, but it'd be definitely ahead of, the line. Right. Loudon, Wheatland, Grandma, Mound, sorry, Lawrence and DeWitt. You guys are all in this severe thunderstorm warning. Very little. Right. Yeah, let's see where that one is for. All right, definitely they put out a flash flood warning for the south side of this. So roughly about 5 hours for this flash flood warning. Definitely dumping rain down here. You can see it just training over the same area. Let's take a quick peek at where that new warning is. All right, so it's clear back up into the northwestern corner again of North Dakota. So quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. In Grenora, North Dakota. All right, let's go back. Let's take a peek of how much rain so far has actually fallen in this location. Wow. Let's see how much this is. You're looking at over 10 inches radar indicated of rain right here. 10 and 3/4 inches of rain. That is massive amounts of rain. But still, 7, 5, 7, coming down here a little bit further. So now we're just in the 5 to 6 range. 5, 5, massive amounts of rain uh, in this area. I mean, we're talking almost 11 inches of rain and still raining. I mean, it just keeps training over the exact same area. So, yeah, once again, do not cross flooded roads, creeks, streams, anything that runs over a road, even though you think you know that road. You have no clue if that road is there. So, like the saying goes, turn around and don't drown. Don't put yourself at risk. Don't put first responders at risk. I know this firsthand. So, you know, don't even cross any roads that have water over it. You have no clue if that road is still there or not, especially in this area. I mean, this is crazy. We're looking at over almost 11 inches of rain. That's crazy. That is right in that spot right there. So yeah, in between Rochester and Mankato, heavy amounts of rain. When at Wasaka, I believe it's Wasaka, Minnesota's names are hard. So probably in Wasaka, massive flooding is going on there. All right, so a little bit north of there, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning, pushing northeast, northeast at roughly probably 50, 55 mile an hour, going up toward the Minneapolis, St. Paul area, Brooklyn Park, Stillwater. Um, you guys need to all be on alert for these storms coming through. They're definitely packing a punch, and they are loud. All right. So we'll head back over really quick to Weiner, South Dakota. So still quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it looks like it just crossed Highway 44 in 18. So this is moving north at 25 mile an hour. So ideal, you are just on the outskirts. It probably will not hit you. Now this cell on the western part could come up, but the main severe thunderstorm warning cell should stay off to your northeast. Take a quick peek back down just on the north side of Davenport. I know we have another warning coming in. All right. So that's still for the exact. Actually, we are just talking about that on the north side of that cell into or ideal. So quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Um, yeah, we are just talking about this. I was just saying this will stay to your northeast, but I had a feeling about this one. Still quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. That would be definitely heading in your direction. We're going to go back over toward Davenport. Right. Still some pretty gusty winds. You can kind of see the gust front or the outflow boundary. Definitely gusty winds ahead of this. Still have a possible tornado label signature on here. Quarter size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds for roughly 52 more minutes. That's exactly where kind of where I was drawing that line was right here, and that is right along that front. So definitely some strong gusty winds along and ahead of this line. All right. Let's see. All right, so that line is moving up toward Minneapolis, St. Paul area. Um, Pretty strong line. Still in the severe thunderstorm warning, roughly about 3 more minutes. Same lines heading roughly about 50 mile an hour to the northeast. Let's see if it's still heading. Okay, so it's slowed down a little bit. Now it's moving northeast at 30. So it has slowed down. Still three more minutes left of this, but still heading northeast um, toward the Minneapolis St. Paul area, Woodbury, Eagan, Bloomington, Prescott, Oak Grove. Here shortly, you guys will still be experiencing some pretty heavy rains moving into your guys' area. And once again, a flash flood warning in the area of Green. So for Wasaka, you guys have experienced over 10 inches of rain in here. So Winnebago, Minnesota Lake, Mapleton, just outside of Blue Earth, Wells, Blooming Prairie. Um, Definitely flooding is taking effect. You have just massive amounts of rain just training over the same area, and we have over almost 11 inches of rain just right in this area right here. So, and still raining. So, massive amounts of rain in Minnesota. All right. Have a weather report just outside of Weiner. Looks like 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Tripp County. Train spotter reported this. It's a pretty big hail just outside of Winton in South Dakota, moving northeast. Definitely some pretty good hail right in there. Hey, Michael, it's pretty crazy here in Cedar Rapids. Yeah, we've been kind of keeping an eye on that over there too. Yeah, actually just off to your east, southeast area. Move this over so you guys can see that. So where Michael's reporting from is Cedar Rapids, over here in Iowa. Definitely just off to his east. Still has the tornado possible label signature, but that's really due to just ahead of this line is extremely gusty winds, quarter size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see where this new. We'll get back to there. All right. So, new severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This will be including Ainsworth and Bassett. So, finally getting a little bit of action here in Nebraska, finally. So, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, Ainsworth and Bassett in Nebraska. It's probably moving still extremely slow. East at 30. So kind of once again, you guys can see this outflow boundary line here. So definitely a little bit gustier winds out ahead of this, but up to quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible in this warning. But yeah, let's go back to Cedar Rapids area. So yeah, definitely kind of a little crazy there. Probably pretty loud and bright just off to your east. Definitely lightning strike down in North Liberty, Iowa City, uh Anamosa. We were running in D&D session. Dungeon and Dragons. Fun game. And I was playing some stormy weather when the crazy weather hit us in the Cedar Rapids. Talk about perfect timing. Yeah, that would be perfect timing. Playing man, I haven't played D&D in years. I mean, we're talking years. So it's probably still pretty popular out there. Uh, I know, I know my son used to play it. I don't know if he still does anymore, but yeah, D&D, that's pretty fun. All right, so we were kind of lagging there a little bit. Yeah, I was just uh discussing what Mike was saying. He said we were running a D&D. If people don't know what D&D is, it's Dungeons and Dragons session when he was playing uh some stormy weather when crazy weather hit. So that's kind of what he was probably casting a spell or whatever with stormy weather. Um but yeah, as he was playing D&D with storms were actually rolling in. So yeah, pretty weird coincidence right there. Time to go to bed. Thank you for your weather survey. Yeah, absolutely, Michael. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Next time we go live, we definitely want you to join us. All right, so once again, this is just on the north side of Davenport. Still roughly 41 more minutes left, but definitely getting a few more warnings out there. All right, so they did cancel the warning just south of Minneapolis. Stormy weather music, I mean, yeah. All right, so it looks like, all right, so they extended that warning up in the extreme northwestern corner of North Dakota up there. So ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds in that area. Now looks like we have a severe thunderstorm warning in the extreme southeastern corner of Montana. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Um, Pretty itty bitty cell. Not really much out here. I mean, like there is nothing out here. Wide open land. So nothing really much out in this area of Montana. We'll take another quick peek down here into South Dakota. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This one is actually moving more to the east of Witten. It was moving north, but it kind of made a little jog to the east. So ideal, you may be, you know, ideally out of the woods because this is maybe slowly, pushing more to the northeast of you. So you might be out of the woods. I mean, you probably get some rains from the back end of this, but I don't think you'll see any of this hail. And then recently we have this new severe thunderstorm warning down in Nebraska, Ainsworth, Long Pine, and Bassett areas. You can definitely see that outflow boundary line pushing out. We have actually a couple of them. Let's see. Yeah, they just haven't updated it yet, but yeah, definitely storms will start to fire. This is kind of the line that I was drawing. So goes down this way, and then another one comes down this way. It's kind of what we're seeing in this area with that low. Definitely a ton of lightning out here in this warned area. All right, so even though there's not a severe thunderstorm warning, we'll kind of still check out because we know storms are moving northeast, roughly just outside of the Minneapolis St. Paul area. So just moving through Shakopee and heading toward Bloomington, Egan, Prescott, and Oak Grove. If you are definitely west of this line, you are definitely fine for the night. Extremely heavy rain has fallen in this area right here. I mean, probably by now we've seen over 11 inches of rain here. All right, so it looks like Aaron has been back upgraded to a category 4 hurricane again. So Hurricane Aaron has been upgraded back to a category 4. I guess the latest readings haven't posted yet, but so so Aaron has been upgraded again to a category 4 hurricane. So you can definitely see the eye wall in her. Yep. So the latest readings just came out. Uh, Aaron is back up to a category 4 hurricane. Definitely picking up strength on the eastern side of that eye wall. So definitely picking up strength. All right. So that was Erin. She is being upgraded to another category 4 hurricane. All right. So back in South Dakota, a new severe thunderstorm warning for this cell for an hour and 2 minutes. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So one of these has to be ready to expire, which is this one in 2 minutes. And this one also in 2 minutes. So all right, these ones are going to be allowed to expire, so they put a weird looking polygon. So still including the town of Ideal. Looks like the only town in this warning. So So moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Right. We'll take a peek down here in Nebraska again. It definitely looks like these are starting to get more of a line. This one kind of blew up just to the west of Wood Lake. Has a pretty good cell. Ainsworth, definitely having a little bit of quarter size hail moving through Ainsworth, just to the east of Long Pine and en route toward Bassett. All right, so those two were allowed to expire, so we still have just the one warning, basically the two condensed down to one for this cell in South Dakota. All right, we're gonna take another quick trip over to Minneapolis. All right, so moving through Shakopee now, uh, just on the southern edge of Minneapolis and St. Paul area. Definitely weakening, so may just be moderate rain showers and a little bit of gusty winds moving through. Definitely weaker than it was. Go back down toward, oh, looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so new severe storm warning, including Davenport for the next hour. Um, roughly about penny nickel size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Probably the main threat of this is more of the winds along this outflow boundary right here. Definitely windy in there. All right, so once again, right along here, seeing up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. A little bit less than quarter size hail, but this main threat would basically be the winds moving into the Davenport area. So if you are in Eldridge, Durant, Walcott, Walcott, Pleasant Valley, Davenport, Buffalo, you guys will be seeing some pretty gusty winds here moving through. Wow, look at that. 11 inches of rain. The radar indicated, but that is crazy. That is massive amounts of rain out there. Once again, do not drive over flooded roads, streams, creeks that are running over the roads. Even though you think you know those roads, you have no clue if it's still there or not. So be safe, turn around, don't drown. If there could be massive water running over Highway 14, don't cross it. You know, if need be, move to higher grounds. You guys really need to be careful in that area. There's a lot of rain. All right, so this cell in Nebraska has ping pong sized hail, now considered at 70-mile-an-hour winds with considerable damage in the path of this storm. So definitely, Ainsworth, Long Pine, Bassett, here pretty soon, Stewart, Atkinson, you guys will all be in the path line of this storm in north central Nebraska. It's definitely along this frontal boundary line is experiencing 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and ping pong size hail. So that would be just moving through Ainsworth going into Long Pine. So probably see a little bit more storm activity form right probably in this area in here as it pushes on to the east, and then kind of once it gets over, in this general direction, it's going to kind of start to make that southeast turn. Um, should be kind of in the Omaha area, anywhere from 4 to 6 a.m. So we're definitely not going to be here that long, but yeah, in a roundabout way, it will be there. Definitely. I may not be live, but I will definitely leave up live radar so people can definitely see if they get woke up by the storm. You can always head to my channel and definitely check out the latest where the storms are and what's going on. So I will definitely always have live radar up. Once again, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Every time we go live, we want you to go live with us. So be sure you hit that bell icon and like and subscribe to the channel. It puts it out to more people. Um, helps them out, helps me out. So yeah, we appreciate you riding along for this severe weather coverage of basically, north central Nebraska and moving east and then slowly turning southeast down toward Norfolk and Columbus, Fremont, and Omaha by morning. Definitely a pretty good sell, getting a little bit stronger, just to the north of Bassett even. So this is definitely all coming together. If you're in Atkinson or even O'Neill, you know, be aware that, these storms are going to start pushing to the east and then, slowly start to push southeast. All right, we'll take a quick peek at our weather here. So we're still sitting at roughly 83 degrees, was still a feel like temperature of 91. It is roughly 10 minutes after 10 and still over 90 degrees feel like. Humidity is still going up, 81% now. Dew point is still 76. Yeah, we still have the southeast winds, light variable, 1, 2 to 5 mile an hour max. So yeah, pretty calm out there, pretty sticky. So we definitely need something to break it. That's for sure. All right, so still a pretty good line. Looks like it's intensifying just a little bit, as it moves further to the east. Uh, Bassett, Stewart, Atkinson, Butte, Spencer, Lynch. This is all moving to the east towards you. So, you know, be aware. All right. Thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. Appreciate it. Well, definitely some storms out there. They're probably just below severe status, really, for the most part. We have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, have a flash flood warning out there, actually four to be exact. But so looking at the North Dakota storms clearing the northwest corner of North Dakota. Um, Still have severe thunderstorm warning up there for roughly about 3 more minutes. Uh, Over there in Davenport for roughly 18 more minutes. Um, Ones here in Nebraska that we were just looking at. So, ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Damage threat is considerable. If you are underneath one of those storms, it will definitely do some damage to your vehicle. Montana, North Dakota, the ones in Iowa, and the one in South Dakota. So, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Which this is the one in South Dakota, the one in Nebraska, Montana, the ones at the extreme northwest corner, and North Dakota. So this one they should be able to let go. This storm is slowly dropping to the southeast. So, um, Alamo, you are basically in the direct path of this hailstorm. So, Wild Rose, it should stay off to your southwest, just right along this severe thunderstorm warning. So, ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds for roughly about 16 more minutes. All right, so I have a report, severe weather report. So, looks like Hail report 1 3/4 inch hail in Ainsworth. So yeah, we were watching this storm go through there. Golf ball size hail in Ainsworth. Time estimated from the radar. So yeah, we were talking about some big hail going through there. So Long Pine year next. Still golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Moving through probably Long Pine as we're speaking, and heading toward on the west side of Bassett. All right, so it looks like most of our storm chasers that were out there have called it a night. They were chasing basically in um, northern Iowa. All right, still a severe thunderstorm warning for Ainsworth, Long Pine, and Bassett in north central Nebraska for golf ball size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So definitely some storms starting to fire up along the border. Go back up here toward Minneapolis, uh, St. Paul area. All right, storms are finally moving into St. Paul, Minneapolis, uh, Woodbury through Bloomington, Egan, Inver Grove Heights, Cottage Grove, Oakdale, Maplewood, and Roseville. So Minneapolis Airport definitely getting some rain. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see where that's for. All right, so it's extending this one that we were just talking about for Bassett, and now it's for Stewart. So Bassett and Stewart for 42 more minutes, severe thunderstorm, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. I wouldn't be surprised, just, inside of this polygon is a little bit bigger than quarter size approaching Bassett, but definitely moving through Long Pine now, uh, heading toward Bassett and Stewart. Well, once again, Ainsworth, Nebraska had 1 3/4 size hail, which is golf ball size hail. That was in Brown County, public sighting. Definitely, these storms are taking a little bit more shape as they go into the evening, and a little bit stronger. See if they've come out with a updated. All right, so this was roughly at 10 o'clock. So the storms were basically where they are. So this is 1 in the morning, which this says one, and they're already in this location. So this is like 3 hours, like slow. So they're already here. Uh, Basically hit O'Neill. So this kind of has a, dissipating that's really, it'll fall apart before really hits the Omaha area. This is a different model that just came out, and it's not really showing a lot happening tomorrow morning. Maybe a little bit of rain around the 5 to 6 o'clock hour, but they kind of took out the storms that were supposed to fire back up, around this time about 10 a.m. They had storms blowing up around Omaha, and they're just not there anymore. So I think as these push, to the southeast, they're going to start to fall apart. At least that's, what this model is showing. So I can kind of only report off of, what I see. Look at the NAM really quick. We'll see what the NAM says. See, the NAM picks up for tomorrow night a little bit. Austin, what's up? Hoping you guys were going to show up. I always like to see my regulars on here. And I figured if I stay on long enough, they'll start showing up. So good to see you. We're just kind of looking at the future cast, and so let me see. So tomorrow night at midnight, could be around going through central Nebraska, Grand Island, heading down toward Lincoln, which would kind of be perfect because I don't have to work Tuesday. And so if this is actually like legit and real that we'll have storms um overnight tomorrow night, we could like legit go live again tomorrow night and see what these storms actually do. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see because right now the HRRR is not picking up on, a lot. As it moves southeast, it kind of has it dissipating out now and really not forming back up again. So, all right, well, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That probably means I won't be on too late tonight because I mean it's just going to fall apart. But I will definitely have up radar for people to, you know, track the storms if they wake up in the middle of the night. They can definitely turn to my channel and definitely see what's going on. Once again, if you guys are just tuning in, hit that like and subscribe button. Thanks for tuning in for severe weather coverage tonight. Um, we are broadcasting out of Eastern Nebraska. That's where we are from. And actually, the live skycam kind of gives that away, but yeah, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Hit that bell icon. We go live pretty often For small events, big events, um, you know, that's what weather is all about, is to, broadcast, the weather. We just don't do all the big events like, it's got to be a massive tornado outbreak before we go live. That's not us. If we see, severe thunderstorms that, with warnings, people need to be aware of that too. So hit that bell icon and like and subscribe to the channel and yeah, we go live pretty often if we're able to. I do have a full-time job. Um, so if I'm definitely off of work and stuff is happening, I I'm usually live on air. So thanks for tuning in tonight. Yeah, up here in Minnesota, if you guys are just joining us, we have a flash flood warning up here in Minnesota. We have over 11 inches of rain in this area right here. So we'll bring that up, but just key, that's kind of where to look right in that area. Massive. You see that purple in there. Um, Huge amounts of rain. Some There you go. Well, we're talking over 11 inches of rain in this area. Um, so if you definitely live up here, know anybody who lives in this area, you know, make sure they're okay. If you're in this area and you're driving, don't drive over flooded roads. If creeks or streams are over the roads, even though you have driven over it 1,000 times, you have no clue if that road is still there. We're talking over 11 inches of rain here. So be safe. You know, we don't want you to be in jeopardy, and then we don't want you to put first responders also in jeopardy for something that could have been avoided. So, definitely turn around and don't drown. Don't put anybody at risk. But yeah, extreme flooding going on here in Minnesota, just on the north part of Albert Lee and in this area. Yeah, you guys be safe if you guys are up there. All right, so this line is definitely starting to form, which it showed on Futurecast. It's going to get stronger before it gets weaker, but the more it's going to, push to the southeast, it's going to fall apart. So, of course, I think before. All right, so it's kind of what we are just saying, that it's picking up strength and getting stronger. So National Weather Service put out a severe thunderstorm warning for just, to the north of Bassett. Still quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So this will be for Butte and Spencer. Down the road, we can see Lynch is there and Atkinson and O'Neill as this pushes further to the east and kind of moving southeast, slightly across the border, Nebraska, South Dakota. Um, Definitely this line is you know definitely picking up speed and gaining strength. You can kind of see the purples. There were definitely golf ball size hails in here. Um, so yeah, definitely something right now if you're in this area to keep your eye on. So, Butte, Spencer, Atkinson, O'Neill, Lynch, you guys are all in the path of this storm. But right now, Bassett, Stewart, Butte, and Spencer, you guys are all in the severe thunderstorm warning. Uh, right now, quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind, and the same with this system up here. So definitely picking up a little bit of strength. Back here where those golf ball size hail was reported in Ainsworth. All right, so they did just drop that severe thunderstorm warning um back over Ainsworth. So we have the two right now, Bassett and Butte and Spencer. I thought there was another town, Naper, Nebraska, way north. And of course, behind this line, we have an additional, secondary line foreman, just to the west of Valentine. So Platte Colony, you guys are now in a severe thunderstorm warning for 29 minutes. So Platte Colony in South Dakota. Hey, let's take so Montana doesn't have anything anymore, and North Dakota doesn't, Kansas doesn't, Oklahoma doesn't. So, yeah, so it looks like probably three severe thunderstorm warnings. If I would had to guess of this, nope, there's four. So where is the fourth? So Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa? Which one? Oh, the one in Davenport. Okay. All right. So Pleasant Valley, Davenport, Buffalo, uh, Walcott, and Eldridge. You guys are still in a severe thunderstorm warning for roughly about 28 more minutes. Um, it's not really on the hail for this one. It's more of the damaging wind, 60-mile-an-hour plus. Um, and where you'd be actually finding that is right along this outflow boundary or gust front. That's where you're going to see uh, more of your destructive winds. I don't want to say destructive, but more damaging winds. And you can kind of see with my black line, you have your red and greens right there. That's basically where that boundary line is. That's where your gustier winds are going to be. So Pleasant Valley, Davenport, Buffalo, all in those areas should be seeing some gusty winds here moving through the area pretty soon. Right. So they upgraded Hurricane Aaron to a Category 4 with sustained winds of 132 miles an hour. So Aaron is now a category back up to a Category 4 with sustained winds of 132 miles an hour. Once again, thanks everybody for tuning in. Hit that like and subscribe button. We go live pretty often. So if you like weather, severe weather, or talk about weather, or talk about anything, this is definitely your channel. So hit that like and subscribe. Yeah, when it gets kind of calm and so forth, and if people start chatting, we chat whatever comes up. Hit that bell icon. Uh, yeah, we go live. We go live often. All right, so still a couple severe thunderstorm warnings for north central Nebraska, Bassett, Butte, Spencer. Um, in line with Lynch, Atkinson, O'Neill, way down the line, Bloomfield, Crofton, Creighton, and Plainview. So, yeah, these are all this line is moving definitely to the east and will be turning more to the southeast. Not quite sure when it'll start turning, but it'll definitely start turning to the southeast. So we just need to be aware of this line. Definitely strong. You can definitely see the lightning bolts, and wherever you see that, there's thunder. So it's probably a pretty loud evening right now. Bassett and probably Atkinson, if you just look out your windows to the west, probably seeing a pretty good light show. Or we probably can't see it from, oh, I guess we can. So we can start to see the lightning from the Stanton County EMA towers just outside of Norfolk. So definitely seeing some lightning out there. There is definitely a lot of lightning out there. And if we can see it, from clear back, let me see. Yeah. So we're looking here. If we can see that all the way up there, I mean, that's some pretty significant lightning up there. So, yeah, definitely something. If you look out your window to the west, if you're in this area, you'll be able to see the lightning. All right, so still the one severe thunderstorm warning here in South Dakota, 22 more minutes, just to the south of Chamberlain. This will be for Platte Colony. Still a half-dollar size hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. I didn't think the Echo Tops were that high for that. Oh, maybe they are. Well, definitely. All right. So we're looking at over 53,000 feet cloud tops in this storm up there, which is right here. So it just hasn't updated yet, but yeah, 53,000 feet. The elevated storms in the Nebraska storms too. 54, 55, 50. Yeah, pretty good cloud tops. Probably pretty good size hail out here. All right, storms moving through Eldridge and en route to Pleasant Valley, Davenport, and Walcott. Buffalo, you guys are probably just on the outside of the warning. Uh, Definitely, if you're ahead of this, this is basically what this warning is for this outflow boundary line here. Um, Up to 60-mile-an-hour winds ahead of this. So you could definitely be seeing some gusty winds. If you're in, actually, probably if you're in Davenport, you've already experienced them. Definitely some strong winds. Well, then we have this lonely cell in Illinois. I guess it's not as bad as it was looking. Definitely some interesting in Wisconsin yesterday. Wisconsin got hit pretty good yesterday. All right, so a new flash flood warning. Uh, this thing is massive. So roughly about 4 hours, um, this rain had just kept training. As you see, it's pouring in this area right here. So Red Wing, Lake City, it's kind of getting down a little. Canyon Falls, Pine Island, because now we're actually in Wisconsin over here. So Minnesota, Wisconsin, total flood threat over here. Whoops. Right. So it looks like just, even just right outside of Lake City and Red Wing, roughly pushing, 4.5 inches up there. Let me see, inch, 4 inches, 4.5 inches up in this area. But the further, southwest you go, we're picking up 5. This is where it really kicks in. I mean, over 11.25 inches of rain. Yeah. Tons of like 5, 6 inch readings all in here. Massive amounts of rain. Make that line a little bit thicker for you guys so you guys can actually see it. There you go. All right, so here's our flash flood warning for Minnesota leading into Wisconsin, so just over the river. We have two main areas. Our first area is down here in Minnesota. And our second area is from Minnesota into Wisconsin. So Red Wing and Lake City, you guys are involved in the second flash flood warning up here. So roughly 3 hours, 45 minutes. Definitely do not cross over flooded roads. Turn around, don't drown. Don't put you at risk and don't put first responders at risk. When everything could have been prevented, just turning around. So just everybody in a flash flood warning, do what you need to be safe and keep others safe. What's up, Austin? New thunderstorm watch for Nebraska. Is there? It's probably what, northeastern Nebraska. All right, we'll take a quick peek at the severe thunderstorm watch that probably just came out. All right, we'll take a peek. We'll see what it says. I don't see a watch. Well, that's because that's the tornado one. Hang on, sorry. All right, so Austin is all over it. Here is the new severe thunderstorm watch, including Sioux Falls down toward Sioux City, Vermilion, Yankton, O'Neill, Pierce, just on the outskirts of Norfolk, O'Neill, Platte, Parkston, Mitchell, Salem, Hartford, Del Rapids, and Madison, all in South Dakota. So definitely, a few counties, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight counties in Nebraska. The rest in southeastern South Dakota. So still a couple of, you know, this is basically where the warnings are going to be effect. So this line, a couple of these are going to shoot off that way. Ours are going to come down more to the southeast. So yeah, anywhere in here is very favorable for storms. Nebraska's will turn more to the east southeast. So yeah, we'll see. But thanks, Austin, for letting me know. Appreciate it. All right. Still looks like a pretty intense thunderstorm. I mean, when you start to see reds and purples and even, darker purples inside of that, it's pretty good line of thunderstorms. And as we saw out of the Norfolk camera, um, pointing to the west up that direction, definitely a lot of lightning. So definitely definitely a loud evening up toward Atkinson, O'Neill, uh, Stewart, Butte, and Spencer. Definitely will be loud here in the next few minutes. Everybody, again, thanks for tuning in. Hit that like and subscribe button. Thanks for tuning in to severe weather night. I mean, it's not massive, but you know, all severe weather is massive. So, it's always something to share. So it's not, we just don't do come on just for like major tornado events and major outbreaks. We come on, even with small events because people are still in the path of these storms. And yeah, so hit that like and subscribe button. Hit that bell icon. So next time we go live, we want you to go live with us. So we appreciate you tuning in tonight. So for everybody just joining us, we had over in Ainsworth, Nebraska here a little bit ago. We had golf ball size hail in Ainsworth. Um, definitely probably did a little bit of damage up there. If your car was sitting out, I'm pretty sure it's a little dinged up right now. So another little cell just starting to form just on the west side of Highway 83. Um, it's trying to catch up with this other one. We'll have to see. But again, if you're just joining us, they've really taken out as this, will turn to the southeast toward, Norfolk, Columbus, start to come down here, it starts to fall apart. So right here is probably the most intense that this storm is probably going to be. As we'll take a quick peek again at uh, the models for the HRRR. Let me bring this up here a little bit. All right, so this is 10 p.m. So this was roughly an hour ago. So let's move it up to all right right now. So this is right now. They still have the storms back off to the west. So this model isn't really lining up. But anyway, as we go forward, 2 in the morning, you know, from here to here, it like just totally falls apart. So here's 3 in the morning, here's 4, 5. I mean, we're barely seeing anything move into the Omaha area. Nothing. So as we move forward, they even take out, the 10, 9, 10 o'clock storms that were supposed to form right over Omaha, not even there anymore. So definitely a little bit of change from earlier's models to now. So, you know, this is about the most, severe that this is going to be. Once it hits probably O'Neill, it's kind of going to fall apart. Now, if we go back to the NAM for, let me push this kind of over a little bit for you guys. So it kind of shows the same thing, but tomorrow night could be a little bit active. So this is uh this is what they say tomorrow morning. Storms coming down from the north into Iowa. Then tomorrow, it shows here 8 p.m. tomorrow night, 9. We could get something, but if you guys look out to the west, toward Broken Bow, Grand Island, Kearney, Hastings, around midnight tomorrow night, storms could fire up out there. And then, bow and push out more to the east. And, once again, it has them falling apart too before it gets to Omaha. But, we'll have to see. I don't work on Tuesday. I do work tomorrow. Um, but tomorrow night, if this actually pans out to the way that this reads, I'm sure it's going to change, but we'll just have to find out, how it changes. But hit that like and subscribe and the bell icon because there's a good chance we'll even go live tomorrow night. Because, like I said, I don't have to work Tuesday, so we can stay up and watch this push eastward through Nebraska. But yeah, kind of thought tonight would be a little bit more interesting. All right. So for the northern severe thunderstorm warning, only have roughly about 5 more minutes on this for the quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and also this. Actually, they put a tornado label symbol on this one. They must have seen just a little bit of rotation in this. There's a little bit. I mean, you're right here, and also actually a little bit actually up in here too. So definitely a little bit. Definitely nothing really to discuss on that one. Like I said, this both of these will expire in about 4 minutes. They could put an extension on these because they're still pretty good hail in these. Well, it's actually echo tops have come down just a little bit. Not so much of as massive hail as there was earlier. So yeah, we'll have to see if they extend this out or not. All right, so here's that flash flood warning that I was talking about. Red Wing and Lake City, uh, Wassika. You know, if you are definitely in this flash flood warning, you know, just please be careful. Do not drive over flooded roads. Down over here, I mean, we're pushing over 11 and a half inches of rain over here. So definitely flooding uh, is present. All right, let's go. Let's check out. Okay, so I went ahead and let this warning expire. So definitely going through Davenport now. Seeing some rain, thunderstorms, Pleasant Valley, uh, gust front or gusty winds. See it definitely total ahead of the storm right here. Oh, the outflow boundary. I mean, you could see, they took out the severe thunderstorm warning, but you could still see anywhere from 50, 55-mile-an-hour winds ahead of this outflow boundary line. So, yeah, just be prepared for a little bit of gusty winds, even if you're down in Cambridge um, areas. Kind of put this into motion where you guys can kind of see, you can kind of see it pushing out. Still, oh, there was a ton of lightning back there at that time, so it was definitely loud and bright over there. All right, so we still have 1 more minute, probably more like 45 seconds. We'll see if these are allowed to expire or if they're going to continue them. They'll probably let them expire because they're not as, you know, not as impressive as they were a little bit ago. Now, the one down toward Atkinson, there may be another severe thunderstorm warning for that area down there. Have to see. They should be expiring any second. All right, and there they go. All right, so Right now we have no severe thunderstorm warnings anywhere out there. So, but still just a strong line of storms. Uh North central Nebraska, tons of lightning, definitely loud. Uh Even this rear flanking line is dissipating, definitely weakening there. This one here is trying to catch up. This here is trying to catch up to this one. You can definitely see that boundary. I mean, that goes from clear from Valentine. Well, that was kind of a bad line. I mean, that goes from up here straight down to like Ogallala. I mean, you can definitely tell where the boundary is. This one comes up toward this way. But yeah, definitely if you are in northern Nebraska, I mean you're definitely seeing a lot of rain and thunder and lightning, that's for sure. Switch radars and we'll kind of just scope through everywhere really quick. So definitely our storms here in Nebraska, South Dakota. We'll come over to Minnesota, Stillwater, Minneapolis, Eau Claire, over in Wisconsin. Everybody's starting to see uh, definitely some strong. All right, well there they go. So just put out another severe thunderstorm warning for um, the cells in Nebraska. We'll go back there, but yeah. So down through Iowa, seeing a couple of showers, thunderstorms. One cell just north of Bloomington in Illinois. Uh, Nothing really. A little bit in Virginia. If you're in Richmond, couple showers, thunderstorms off to your east. North Carolina, you guys are pretty quiet for now. You know, this eastern coastal, wait a couple of days and it's going to get pretty nasty over here from Hurricane Aaron, which has now been upgraded to a Category 4 hurricane. With sustained winds of 100 and what did I say, 32 miles an hour. So Aaron is back to a Cat 4. They still haven't updated on screen yet, so here pretty soon it'll be updated. But anyway, looking at Texas, looks like the Panhandle just to the north of Amarillo. Seeing some showers, thunderstorms. Yeah, we can kind of see. This is pointing probably north in those storms in Vega, Texas. So definitely definitely some pretty cool lightning up in there. Definitely a light show. I'll say that. So anyway, that's kind of up toward Dumas, just to the north of Amarillo is where we were looking. New Mexico, just showers down to the south. Arizona good, California good. Couple of showers in Oregon. Looks like in the mountain terrain over there, Washington good. Still have the storms over in Montana that were warned earlier. Then yeah, back down to our single severe thunderstorm warning back in north central Nebraska. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still along this line. I kind of figured. I was like, I thought they were going to expand it, and then they let it go, and then they put it on there. So yeah, so this one is for Atkinson, and this is part of O'Neill, Lynch, Spencer, and Butte. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Once again, along this front, I mean, you'll be experiencing winds probably about this far out. So definitely a gust front line. Can't really see it, but there's definitely winds along and ahead of this line of severe thunderstorms. M- Just approaching Atkinson now, but O'Neill definitely in the path. Lynch and Spencer. Hmm. Ainsworth, man, you're back to getting another storm again. So basically right on what highway is this? Highway 20. So out of Bassett, Long Pine, Ainsworth, uh Johnstown, and right along Highway 83. You know, definitely have some storms out there trying to catch up to this line here. So definitely frontal boundary is up here. Definitely wind gusts. This is trying to catch up. We'll just have to see if they put out a warning for Ainsworth and just to the west of Ainsworth. It might be small, but this is a pretty good little cell right here, just to the south of Johnstown. All right, we'll take a quick peek outside. So, Omaha weather, 81 degrees. Dew point is still, 75. I mean, dew point is high. It's always humidity, 82%. But winds are out of the south now at roughly between, 2 and 5 mile an hour. We had a little peak wind gust there at 5.8 out of the south. So, yeah, still miserable. Feel like temperature still 88 degrees. I mean, pushing 90 degrees and it's 11 o'clock. So, a fact note, last night our air conditioner went out and kind of yesterday at dinner time, it seemed awfully hot in the house. And I happened to say something to my wife like, man, uh, it's hot, crazy. So we turn on the fans and it was still hot. So in the middle of the night, it really got warm. So wondering what was going on. And by this afternoon, our house is like almost 90 degrees. So ended up going out back. Actually, it was this morning and saw that the lines were froze. So turned off the AC, thawed out the lines. We actually, and for everybody who's out there, if you're having AC issues, change your air filter, your furnace filter. Uh, ours wasn't, horrible, but it needed changed, and that was the difference right there. We changed the filter out, um, defrosted the lines, turned back on the AC, and it worked. Thank God. That's the last thing that anybody needs is the AC guy coming out and giving you some horrible news. So thankfully, just switched out the air filter, like the furnace filter down there, thawed out the lines, um, got everything back up and running, and yeah, nice and cool in the house now. But yeah, fun fact, if your AC is struggling, change out that filter. All right. So we are back up in Montana now. Actually, we were just looking at those storms. So Miles City, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Actually, that's definitely some loud boomers up there. Definitely some lightning bolts. So definitely if you are in Miles City, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning or up to quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and it is definitely loud up there. So you are definitely waking up to this. Right, let's get back off of this one. Go back over here. All right. So once again, Miles City up in Montana. Severe thunderstorm warning for roughly about 48 minutes. Right. So now we just have basically two severe thunderstorm warnings. This one's kind of pushing down toward O'Neill. So definitely if you are in O'Neill, Atkinson, you're probably seeing some hail coming through. O'Neill, you guys are next in line. Spencer, Lynch, and O'Neill. Kind of put this into motion for you. You guys can kind of see. Look at all the lightning out there. I mean, crazy. And probably, I mean, we could probably really start to see it again on this camera, pointing up that direction. Yeah, so definitely definitely some lightning out there still. Even from Norfolk, I mean, sure, the camera is pretty far up there on a tower, looking west, northwest, so um it's gonna see, quite a ways out. And even my skycam here, when I pointed to so it says it's looking west right now, it's not really looking west, it's looking more to the southwest. Um yeah, when I point mine more to the northwest, when storms you know, basically approach up from, anything like in this direction, even if storms are there, I'm broadcasting from this area and here. Definitely, north. I can, once it passes Norfolk, I can start to pick up lightning And if there's a shelf cloud coming in, yeah, so pretty cool. So we are expanding our camera views. We are going to put one in Kearney. I'll be putting one um, kind of down south, just to the west of Falls City, around the Beatrice, Falls City area, down here. Uh, and I'm trying to think. So definitely Kearney, and then southeast Nebraska, possibly even in Hastings. We might be putting in cameras. So slowly but surely, we're going to try to expand our camera coverage uh, more than just here in eastern Nebraska. So yeah, here before too long, we'll definitely get our camera going in Kearney and also down in southeast Nebraska. So yeah, so more cameras to come. Just a little bit. It looks like this one's weakening just a little bit, especially on the north side towards Spencer and Lynch. You can kind of see some of the purples kind of going away. But Stewart down here, Stewart's getting it, and Atkinson, still extremely heavy rain and probably pretty loud there. We'll definitely be live until probably at least midnight, and then we'll start to see what these are going to do. All right, so I see a few of you guys in chat. If you're able to, where are you guys watching in from? Where are you guys tuning in? Are you guys in Nebraska? You guys in Minnesota, Iowa? Where are you guys watching from? Mm. You can definitely start to see the gust front pushing through. Um, yeah, these cells are trying to catch up with this one that's in Atkinson and pushing through O'Neill. So trying to catch up. But all the other cells to the north, the rain totally dissipating. So kind of looks like the boundary line is like Highway 20. So anything south of Highway 20, could still form. And definitely, if you are in Miles City, you are definitely getting woke up. Miles City definitely getting woke up. Still quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Thought maybe they would have updated this, but definitely it's like this boundary line is actually out here now, and this is here now. So yeah, you can kind of just you can follow up and see where the lines are. They don't update these often, but you can still see where everything comes together. So they may allow this to actually expire probably maybe a little bit earlier because this is definitely weakening. Don't see quarter size hail in here anymore, which what it was. Um, and then a radar holdout here in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, they may let this go early. I mean, the storm over Ainsworth looks worse than this huge entire severe thunderstorm warning. So once again, Ainsworth, you guys are probably seeing some once again some hail out there. So riding along Highway 20, Ainsworth, along Long Pine into Bassett. Once again, thanks everybody for tuning in for severe weather coverage in north central Nebraska, South Dakota. We had some in northern Iowa, Minnesota, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's see, North Dakota, Montana, Oklahoma. So basically a lot just, in the center of the country from north to south. So definitely the severe thunderstorm warning now for Atkinson and O'Neill. This was definitely a little bit more better looking, when they put out the warning, but as you see, kind of kind of fizzling out a little bit in strength. Once again, we'll be here at least midnight. We'll see what's kind of going on. We'll let some people, if they're getting woke up from up north, uh, you know, have them tune in and see what's going on. You can see if they've updated Aaron yet. And they haven't. So if you guys are just joining us and you haven't seen uh well, wait. Well, before we do that, let's see where this is. All right, well, it's kind of the storm I was just talking about. The storm that looked a little bit worse than the one that was there. So, new severe thunderstorm warning for basically Ainsworth, Long Pine, and Bassett for the cells that I was just talking about that looked a little bit more, concerning other than this big severe thunderstorm warning. So, uh, definitely probably seeing a little bit more hail go through Ainsworth. So definitely Ainsworth, Long Pine, and Bassett. You are now back in a severe thunderstorm warning for half dollar size hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Right, so we're actually just going to kind of come down here. Uh, if you weren't here earlier, I was going to show you what Aaron looks like. Let me see. This one's pretty good. You can definitely see the eye of the hurricane in there. Um, so Aaron, if you guys are just joining us, Aaron has been upgraded now to a Cat 4 hurricane again. So Aaron is now a Category 4 hurricane with sustained max winds at 132 miles an hour. I think that's what I said. Yeah. Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of 132 miles an hour. So, um, definitely she's starting to take a turn to the north. Still going northwest, but still, gradually making that turn. Um, so yeah, we'll have to see tomorrow if she strengthens even more or if she's going to start downgrading again. So yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see. Definitely a monster hurricane. I mean, if you actually take starting point from say this side of the hurricane of the outer edge of it and go to the outer edge to this one, you're looking at over 500 miles that this is pushing out. That is like insane. That is crazy. Even just from the intense storm from here. Okay, so we had to do it a little faster. So from here, drag it down to here. So even then, you're looking at 175 miles from, the severe winds rotating around the eye wall. 175 miles. This thing is huge. It's massive. Almost 50 miles from like basically the inside of the eye wall. or just the rotation around it. You guys know what I mean. So that's almost 50 miles right there. It's crazy. Let's go back like 200 frames. Let's see what this thing does. All right, so there is a Category 5 hurricane. Look at the clear eye wall at 4, and it jogs down Cat 3. Still a Cat 3. Gains that eye wall again. And actually, right about there, it's back to a Cat 4 hurricane. So, yeah, pretty crazy. Right. Hopefully, you guys liked seeing that. And now we will go back to, yeah, that is definitely weakened. This cell back here in Ainsworth and uh, Long Pine Bassett, a little bit more impressive than this big old thing out here. So $half size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This thing is kind of losing its punch up front. I'm actually surprised it's still severe thunderstorm warning. It says 11 minutes. We'll see if it actually lasts 11 minutes. You guys are new here, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Hit the bell icon to be notified when we go live. Uh, we go live quite a bit, so we're definitely on air, probably a lot more than a lot of the other guys, because they usually only just come on for major events. You know, every severe thunderstorm warning, truthfully, is a severe event, but big or small, you know, we definitely cover it. So yeah, hit that like and subscribe button and hit the bell icon. And yeah, we go live if we can. We go live for severe weather events, big or small. It just depends on if I'm working my full-time job or not. And if I'm available, yeah, I'm usually on. So I'd love to see everybody back here again. All right, so if you are in Bassett, definitely just to the west of Bassett, pretty good sell. Probably $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Definitely that gust front is approaching Ainsworth. Even if you're in Ainsworth, uh, winds are going to start picking up and shifting directions here, and probably the next probably 10 minutes for you. kind of weird. You can still see the stars up there, but that's just how it is. Where the tower is, it's still stars, and way out in the distance, where the like basically the shelf cloud of these storms are way out there, and that's where you're seeing the lightning. So you actually got a little cell just outside of Skyler. Really? Ah, look at that. Where'd that little guy come from? All right. New severe thunderstorm warning now for just to the west of Mitchell, South Dakota. $50 size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Uh, Plankton. If you are in Plankton, South Dakota, just to the west of Mitchell, you are now in a severe thunderstorm warning for 38 minutes. $50 size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And so looking at this cell down Skyler, this little thing just kind of blew up. Wonder if we're gonna get some pop-up storms out ahead of this boundary. We're also seeing a little line start to form. You can almost, you can almost kind of see a line. So we could start to see storms start to fire up. Hmm. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see because none of this stuff was really on the Futurecast. So you just never know with weather, and you never know with the models. Um, yeah, Mother Nature, she just does her own thing. All right, you guys just stay right there. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. All right. All right. So it looks like while I was gone, they went ahead and let that severe thunderstorm warning expire. So we still just have the one for a $50 size hail, the one over Bassett, as it looks like they condensed that warning down to $50 size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, just to the west of Mitchell for Plankinton. Watching these, there's another one that's kind of just popping up, Skylar, uh, just to the west of North Bend. And it just kind of blew up out of nowhere. Not that they're big or anything, but definitely something to watch. It looks like a little bit starting to pop up down here. So yeah, we'll have to stick around just for a little while longer to see if storms start to fire up down here for some reason. Actually, let's see, to the northwest. Let's turn. Right. We'll take a look in this general direction, which is actually, you know, looking out toward these storms out toward Skylar. I can see some of the clouds in the background. So yeah, we'll have to take a look at these towards Skylar and North Bend, Morris Bluff areas. Even a couple little blips just to the west of Wahoo. That's kind of interesting. Uh, so here a little bit ago, winds were out of the southeast. Now we have north winds at roughly 5 miles an hour. So that's kind of interesting. So temp is still 81, feels like 87. Dew point still pretty high, almost at 75 degrees, and humidity's at 81%. So we'll actually I think that was lightning out there. You guys see that? That's it. There is actually lightning out here. So definitely some storms starting to form. Okay. Well, did you see that, Austin? Yeah. Hey, Reese, what's up? It's about time you're on here. Where you been? I've been live streaming for almost 5 hours now. Where have you been? Just kidding. I'm glad to see you. Yeah, I always look forward to my regular subscribers. Glad Aaron will be a fish storm. Yeah, I don't know if you were on here earlier or not, but yeah, they just upgraded her to a Cat 4 hurricane, 132 mile an hour sustained winds. But yeah, so here in my neck of the woods, Aaron probably saw that. Or I'm sorry, not Aaron, Austin. Uh, we have a little bit of lightning out over here in Eastern, and there it goes again. So yeah, that's pretty cool. We'll keep it on this view and we'll take a peek a little bit longer. Let's see. Glad Aaron will be a fish storm. I've been dealing with cat stuff and getting ready for bed, feeding animals, etc. Cool. Glad she's over there. Yeah. The cloud tops. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see, could you have a rooftop cam? Actually, that's actually what I do. I have this camera at the highest point of my roof, um, looking up toward these storms that we kind of see on radar up toward Schuyler and the Morris Bluff areas over here, up toward North Bend. So that's what we're picking up is this lightning, which is crazy because these storms weren't supposed to form like right here. So we have a couple storms here, and due to the north, we have a couple there. So yeah, we'll have to just kind of chill out and see what these do because these are just popping up out of nowhere. Let's see, I definitely need a rooftop camera. That's awesome. Yeah, thanks. I was just telling chat before, here pretty soon we'll be heading out toward Kearney in like central Nebraska. And so we're going to put up a camera out there. We have family out there. We have family down in southeast Nebraska in the corner. We'll be putting up a camera down there. So yeah, here before too long, we'll have about 3 to 4 more cameras uh, basically scattered across Nebraska. So we're looking at Kearney, Hastings, around the Beatrice area, um, you know, and then of course here at my location. So yeah, a lot more cameras and live action to come. Can't wait. Looking forward to it. There's storms that clear form, so I'll kind of show you guys. So we're here. I mean, there's a ton of storms that happen out here that don't even make it here out in the Kearney area. Hastings, we'll be able to see. Um, we'll be able to see southeastern Nebraska down here. So yeah, I'm kind of broadcasting from this area, so we'll have numerous cameras here pretty soon out in these areas. So yeah, it'll be pretty exciting. Or hunting cameras, you can have live feed 24/7. Yeah, that would be cool. I'm hooked up on Wise. So I do Wise right now. Looking for PTZ cameras, which are the really nice 360 cameras that a lot of security people use on the outside. So definitely looking at investing in a couple of those. Um, Definitely you know, better quality than what I have, but I'm not gonna complain with what I have now. It's pretty cool. We can see live stuff. Do anything new happening in Florida today? I love high def can live. Cause yeah, you know what? Exactly. Much cheaper version. Actually, even the ones that I'm looking at are, close to the $200 range. Because I want high quality, like four, 5K. You know, you know, I want nothing but the best for streaming for you guys, so you guys can have high quality picture. So that's kind of what I'm going for. Been looking on Amazon with them, so yeah, they're in between 100 and $200 a piece. So yeah, we'll uh we'll wait and see. It was on the second floor balcony when officers first arrived on scene. You serious? 3 hours later, officers, fire trucks, and animal control arrived, and Kitty was deceased. Oh my God. What the heck? Okay, well, that's yeah, that's a crazy thing. I'm sure. Well, I think it's a felony anywhere. So who killed the cat? The older gentleman or who? Oh yeah, that's definitely a felony. That's no matter where you are, that's a felony. Man, there's definitely a we are waiting for county and city commissioner line. So yeah. So there is definitely a line. There's storms actually forming, you know, even just to the west of Lincoln. What is going on? Right, so we actually probably have some kind of a line right here that storms are starting to fire on. This is kind of interesting. The owner of the cat left it outside. The old man called us for help. Oh, so nobody knows who killed the cat? Thank you, that God. Really? No kidding. Wow, that's crazy. I'm not really a cat lover. I am more of a dog person, but regardless, yeah, you don't have to kill animals. Not that I don't go deer hunting or stuff like that. I'm talking like cats and dogs and whatever. You know, will message me that live nearby. Keep me updated. That's crazy. She got kids too. Yeah, right. See, now that I don't believe in. You know, chaining up dogs and even people that leave them in kennels all day long. I mean, like kennels outside. You know, I I don't believe in that. My dog has never been kenneled. I think you guys have seen Nala before. Um, I would never kennel train my dog. My dog has a dog door, and she's extremely smart and goes in and out all the time. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that. There's a pretty good cell developing down to the southwest of Lincoln. You guys seeing this? I was just about actually it was midnight and I was actually going to probably really sign off and go to bed and leave radar going, but there's actually a line of storms developing. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. But the cat, we couldn't get the cat saved. The police officer escort. Use probable cause to make sure they had whatever. Oh, I get what you're saying. I have to kill my smaller dogs if I'm gonna be comfortable because they call it all like start fights. No, my not Nala's here by herself, so she's pretty good. And honestly, we kind of just leave we leave the front door open and we lock it, but she loves just to lay on her bed in front of the front door, and she literally will stay there like all day. She'll go outside to go, go do her business, but she will literally just lay in front of the front door. That's what she wants to do and look outside at, you know, everybody that walks by or every dog walker or whatever. So, yeah, she's pretty good. She's two, but when Uh, yeah, God, she was a pain in the, you know what, when she was coming out of her puppy days and about 1 year old or one and a half. Ugh, but she's a little over two now, and yeah, she's pretty good. They fight over separate water and food bowls. That's kind of funny. That's probably the same food too, right? Yeah, exactly. Once you get past the two, they start kind of chilling out and mellowing out. Because you got to think a 2 year old dog is actually like 14 years old in people's age. Yeah, exact same food, but they got to fight over something. And these little blips are actually turning into a little bit bigger blips on the screen. So, yeah, definitely kind of cool in my studio. I'll tell you what, we didn't have air conditioner. We probably the people that are in here already know we didn't have air conditioning. It kind of went out on us last night, and when it was like 107 degrees. So, but now we got it working, and yeah, it's definitely working. It's definitely cool in here. Purina, see, we don't do Purina. I'll be honest. I will be honest. I only give my dog the best, which is Science Diet. which is basically for like a 35, 40 pound bag is about $100. It's roughly about 85 to $90 for about a 35 or 40 pound bag of science diet. They won't eat it. I'm surprised. I've tried so many foods. Yeah. I think who my next door neighbor. God, now I'm ashamed that I can't think where she is. It Purina? Where does she work? Yeah, it's not on the dog food side, but um I think that's actually a plant that she works at down here is like a Purina plant, puppy food. Oh yeah. Oh, there's different kinds of every dog food out there. Cats love the blue chicken, Purina. Oh, but that's cat food though. Yeah, we usually buy either the chicken and what is it? Chicken and parsley or chicken and whatever. It's either chicken or salmon that we get in Science Diet. So yeah, Nala loves it. It's expensive, but it's really good. It's really good food. Science Diet, and I think it's what Blue. I think Blue is pretty good too. It's pretty expensive too. You have several dogs and cats. I just have one. One's enough because we have other family members who have animals, and they'll bring them over, or we'll take Nala over to their house. So she has plenty of friends to play with. She has a golden retriever. So Nala's a golden doodle. So or a labradoodle. What is she? Gold? No, she'd be a labradoodle. So anyway, she's a labradoodle. Anyway, Chewy is a male golden retriever who lives about two doors up from us, and yeah, that's her boyfriend. He's fixed and she's fixed, so everything's good there. But they love playing with each other in the front yard. Anybody seen any more lightning here lately? I guess I haven't been. I can definitely see where the cloud front is. There's a little bit of lightning still back there. There's some doodles at the dog rescue. It's cool. Did you? I'm glad you're looking because I'm like watching. Oh yeah, there was a big one right there. Yeah, there's like a little line forming of storms, and I honestly don't know where this line actually came from. So this is kind of interesting where this is forming. It's actually moving to the east northeast. So we might stick around for a little bit longer to see if this does anything. This is why I don't trust the models sometimes. I mean, we just looked at the future model and it did not say anything about midnight around Omaha. Nothing. Nothing, nothing. This is kind of crazy. What the heck? All right, so let's okay. So enough down here. Let's take a peek at this radar up here. Let's see what the storms are doing up here. All right, so Ainsworth back to Bassett, Atkinson, north of O'Neill. Um, really nothing severe at this time. Looks like the only severe thunderstorm warning is still the same warning just to the west of Mitchell. Okay, so we only really have 4 more minutes left of this one. Um, so for Plankinton, just west of Mitchell, underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for roughly about 4 more minutes. Enough moisture for storms tonight. There is enough moisture. Oh yeah, I'm not, you know, definitely denying that. I mean, you look at this, I mean, humidity's 82% with more lightning there down below in the left. So definitely so we're sitting at 80 degrees. Dew point is roughly 75 degrees. Feels like 86 degrees. Now winds have turned back out of the south, roughly about 5 mile an hour. So yeah, that's kind of interesting, kind of weird. Humidity 82. Right. Let's go back to here. So, okay. Once again, they just extended it. So, if you are in Mitchell or Alexandria, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning now for 48 minutes. Mitchell, South Carolina. Oh my God. Mitchell, South Dakota, and Alexandria, South Dakota, in a severe thunderstorm warning for 38 minutes. So Loomis, Plano, Mount Vernon, and Ethan. You guys are all in this severe thunderstorm warning. 38 minutes, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. South Dakota, South Carolina, they're close to one another. All right, let's kind of drop back down to the south a little bit. I'll do Omaha Valley. There's a couple little red bloops on there. A little blip will turn into a big blip. So we might have to just kind of watch and see what happens in here. This is kind of weird. Hopefully you guys can hear me better tonight. So went out and of course just upgrading the studio little by little. Um, got a mic stand. So that way the mic is actually closer to me instead of being all the way on my desk further away from me. So hopefully you guys can hear me clear and better tonight than previous nights. That's a lot better just having the microphone right here too, because I was always bending over trying to talk into it. 88% humidity there. That's kind of cool. It's definitely, yeah, humid. What did I say ours was? Okay. Ours is 82% here. So we're pretty neck and neck with humidity levels here. Either way, it's humid in both places. The 80 degrees there, yeah, it's 80 here too. Put this in motion. I'll show you guys how these storms just kind of blew up. So you can definitely tell a line right there of storms. Yeah, it's definitely crazy. But before you know it, at least up here, it'll be fall here pretty soon. And then of course we'll be complaining that it's so cold that we wish it was summertime. Now that it's summertime, it's like, man, wish it was a little bit cooler. Yes, us human race is never satisfied. Either it's too hot or too cold, and we want the direct opposite. Man, that's a pretty good little cell down here. So definitely in Friend, Nebraska, and Tobias. One up towards Seward. B. I didn't know that that was out there. B. Um, yeah, west of Valparaiso. Boy, this little thing out here in North Bend and Morris Bluff. Huh. Yeah, we had snow this year. It was awesome. Oh, I bet it was. You Florida people, you guys see snow and you think it's great. Of course, you guys shut down with like a quarter of an inch of snow. You guys have no clue what to do with it. Shut everything down. It's flurrying. Never. There is no middle anymore. Yeah, exactly. It's either hot or cold. There is no middle. Most of us didn't drive. Man, look at those man, look at the lightning up there. That's I'm gonna go to skycam just for a little bit so you guys can see this. Holy crap, do you see that? Sorry, I'm not like your normal weather guy. I'm Yeah, I kind of get into this stuff too. That's why I do it. There's some pretty big lightning out there. I'll tell you that. You see that? Mm. Austin, are you still in here? Talk probably mile or so my kids have friends can slide down the snow boogie. All right, cool. You seen this lightning? This is like amazing. I don't even know where this blew up from. I mean, it literally like blew up right here. So how much snow did you get down there in Florida? If you guys were on boogie boards, how much snow did you guys get? It's kind of weird how, the cold and, more the snowy weather is pushing further to the south. Uh I mean, look, Texas, I mean, it doesn't matter. All those southern states, they are definitely seeing a lot more winter weather these past couple of years. Yeah, there is definitely it's definitely some lightning out there. So glad you guys are all tuning in tonight. You know, think that lightning's cool. Hit that like button. Give me a thumbs up. This is pretty cool. And I was just telling everybody, my camera, if those storms would push further this way, and it just so happens that, yeah, there's like storms right on our doorstep now. They just kind of just blew up right here. And the camera is pointing exactly where this North Bend storm is. So, yeah, perfect. Hope these storms do not become severe. I don't think they will. I don't even know where these storms even came from. I mean, there's not even a front right here or, for these to follow. So this is kind of shocking to me. There's nothing here. So much for I'm kind of curious what the local meteorologist said about tonight. I wonder if they even knew that this line was going to form. Yeah, poor Minnesota. My uncles can't get ice fishing anymore. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, it's either too warm. I mean, yeah, even last year here in Nebraska, we didn't get that many like solid ice days on the lakes here. I mean, jeez. Normally it's like a couple of months, but this was only a matter of probably weeks you could get on the ice. Government made. Said nothing about these storms. Yeah, I didn't think so. What channel did you watch? Six or seven? I don't watch three. Either six or seven. And I forgot. Tell me one more time where you live, Austin. You live in Eastern Nebraska or do you live in Western Iowa? I forgot. I know you had said, but so many people. I know Reese lives in Florida. I do know that. ATV Channel 7. Yeah. Council Bluffs. That's what I thought. I knew it was right here somewhere. I don't think these are going to turn into hardly anything, but I guess the fact is they're there. If you look on the skycam, you can kind of see, you know, it's not a shelf cloud, but you can definitely see the wow. Did you guys see that? Man, give that one a thumbs up or a W. That was cool. Yeah, that one was pretty cool. I caught that one. But that one cloud, let me tell you what, it's got some lightning in it. What direction is that heading? Um, oh well, let me switch back to this camera or this really quick. I'll kind of show you. So really, that's like moving like dead east. So Schuyler to North Bend or toward Fremont, that's like a dead east direction. But still, that's a big cell over there. Let's just sit here for a second and watch this. Yeah, see, I would love a better camera for better, quality. There's definitely a lot of lightning in there. Definitely some instability in the atmosphere. Come on, give me one more good lightning. There we go. Yeah, definitely. This just kind of blew up out of nowhere. Pretty cool though. I should turn it just a little bit more to the right. Man, that's some pretty cool lightning out there. I love getting live stuff like this for you guys. And I got a fan in my studio. I need to get off of me. It's like cold. Hey, so if you guys, anybody just joining us, definitely have some thunderstorms out there just to the east of Schuyler and North Bend, in between North Bend and Fremont. Mm. And actually, a little line from Fremont down toward Wahoo, Seward, and Friend. And even south of that, in this yeah, just to the south of Sioux City. Yeah, this is pretty. Another cell just developed. This is pretty wild. They're saying like, let's see, they're saying like hear thunder. They count the seconds and tell how many miles away. Yep, you're right. So as soon as you see lightning, you start counting 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, and however far you get, that's how many miles away it is. Um, so far, I mean, we can't really hear. I mean, we're sure seeing the lightning, but we're not seeing or we're not hearing at least the thunder here yet. Of course, for the direction, it kind of goes in the pathway of the direction too. So, I'm a little bit more south. So this storm, of course, you can see is up here. I'm more down in this general direction here. Um, so yeah, this is moving to the east. We'll kind of have to wait and see if these here, start heading down, heading over, whatever. So yeah, I will probably stick around for a little while longer to see what these do. See if a line of storms start to develop right here. Well, which they're developing, but is kind of weird. And there's still some like amazing lightning out there. Let's go back to Skycam just real quick. I'm sure now that I click over here, there's not going to be anything. Oh, there was one. I will definitely have to watch these storms just down in here. We'll have to watch these because these will push more eastward. Um, yeah. So Austin is in like this general area, and here I'm in this general area here. Um, so yeah, we'll have to see if it punches through. Oh, that was pretty cool. We'll have to see if that punches through um, Saunders, Douglas, Sarpy, in the Potawatomi County. Definitely have some pretty cool lightning out there. Definitely, if storms start ramping up out there, and people are going to start hearing, the thunder and seeing the lightning, then we'll probably stay live. Mm. Yeah, was not expecting these storms. But this is what you get when you get live coverage. I mean, you get storms that just pop up, and yeah, you're already here covering what you're covering. So we'll probably like stick around down here. So tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take off these. Right. So these storms down here along this line are like rapidly developing. So we are going to kind of just kick back and kind of see what these storms do out by the Seward and Crete, Lincoln area. Um, Definitely going to find out what these are going to do. The winds are out of the east southeast, which means it's still pumping in the moisture to these storms. When you get east southeast winds punching into this, it's just feeding the moisture in. Uh, Humidity is still 81%. Dew point is 75 degrees. So definitely, yeah, winds are, like I said, east southeast at roughly about 6 miles an hour. So it's definitely pushing in the moisture. Once these storms start probably getting loud, people are going to start tuning in and wanting to know what the heck is going on. All right, so looks like that's storm is just to the west of Fremont, and the line stretching down to Seward, uh, southward. some definitely some good lightning out there. So not so much lightning up to the north where we were seeing a ton of lightning up there earlier. Not so much down over there, but definitely down here. You see the clouds getting closer. You know, pan a little bit further to the north. Okay, we're gonna look in that general direction. That direction is basically where that bigger storm is. Still some pretty good lightning out there. All right, for anybody who's new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. This is kind of what we do. You know, nothing is extremely severe out there, but we are definitely here covering live events. I mean, pretty cool lightning that's happening just to the west. Um, yeah, definitely hit that bell icon. We go live pretty often. So when we go live, we want you to go live with us. So like and subscribe. Hit that uh bell icon and yeah, join us all the times that we go live. I'm glad to have everybody tuning in tonight. I know there's, you know, it goes off and on, you know. People kind of see what they want to see and then leave again, and which is fine. That's what this is for. If we are definitely in your area, or let me know where you live, what area you live in. We can kind of focus on that. But definitely there's a line forming definitely in eastern Nebraska. You know, this was kind of unexpected. This was not supposed to actually happen. There were no models that were indicating this. Definitely some pop up showers and thunderstorms. Right. Well, if you are just joining us, just out of nowhere, got a line of, some pretty good thunderstorms, anywhere from, Wisner, from West Point, Scribner, North Bend, Fremont, David City, heading down towards Seward, Friend, Henderson, Sutton, Geneva. I mean, seriously, I mean, definitely all of eastern Nebraska is just kind of blowing up with these spotty thunderstorms. Um, was not expecting this tonight. Wow, that was pretty big and bright. We can definitely see the lightning. It's just a matter of time before we hear it, but we can definitely see it. And I know, if you're out there, if you're underneath one of these, you can definitely see it and hear it. We just can't quite hear it here yet. Definitely a line. Uh, Stop this for a second. Yeah, definitely a line. Eastern Nebraska, Western, not quite Western Iowa yet, but this is all moving to the east. So still just the one severe thunderstorm warning up here in South Dakota. That's for another 13 minutes. Um, so that would be for Mitchell and Alexandria in South Dakota. Once again, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, 12 minutes. Mitchell, South Dakota, Alexandria, South Dakota. There's a couple more other cells that are just kind of just firing out of the blue. So yeah, definitely could see something come out of this. Mm. All right, so once again, if you guys are just joining us, be sure you hit that like and subscribe button. We got a line of storms that just kind of blew up out of nowhere. Uh, 5 seconds more equals 1 mile. Is that what it is? 5 seconds equals 1 mile? I didn't know that. I figured 1001, 1002, 1003. I never heard of the 5 seconds equals 1 mile. Of course, I mean, even then, you know, 5 seconds is pretty fast. You know what's kind of a shocker is, like instantly you see the lightning and then just you hear the crack. I mean, that's just how close that is. But yeah, but thanks for that update. 5 seconds equals 1 mile. I never heard that one. So, Maddock, where are you tuning in tonight from? Just curious. All right, let's go back to just live Skycam for just a couple minutes. Wow, did you guys see that? That was like turned over just in the nick of time. Definitely more and more storms, firing out to the west. So definitely some storms firing up. You tired. We're kind of new men in this area. Right, so definitely getting some storms here in eastern Nebraska now. So just kind of blew up out of nowhere. So definitely a line of strong storms that have started to develop in this area. Mm. All right, so we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings anymore um, within the United States, but I know we still have these flash flood warnings for another hour 35, hour 35. These guys have had massive amounts of rain, right here. We're talking 11 plus inches of rain. Yeah, almost 11 and a quarter inches of rain, radar detected. That is crazy amount of rain right here. All right, so definitely the west of Seward starting to see more lightning, cloud to ground lightning. We call that CG, cloud to ground lightning. Mhm. Turn the camera a little bit more back to the west, where it's more of a accurate reading. All right, we'll put these in motion. These are all like just blowing up and then moving, just slightly to the east, but definitely a line is starting to form. So definitely live cam is picking up storms off to the west, and radar confirms it. And so anybody who's just tuning in, joining us, line of storms developing in east central Nebraska. Nothing severe at this time. Probably not even closer to the severe category at this time. But definitely a line from, say, Fremont down to Seward and Friend, Nebraska. All right. Well, I don't think that these storms are going to be severe as they kind of just blow up and move eastward. I'm going to keep live radar on. I'm not going to turn off my live stream. Um, you guys will see my avatar picture up there instead of me live. But if I do hear some warnings go out, I will be notified and I will come back on and live broadcast, you know, severe thunderstorm warnings in our area if they do pop up. So definitely stay tuned. If something that definitely does come up, I will definitely come back on live stream and inform everybody what's going on. So until then, once again, if you haven't already, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. And hit the bell icon. Every time we go live, we want you to go live with us. So we go live stream quite often for weather events, not even really severe weather events, but just weather events. So that's kind of what we do. So yeah, hit the bell icon and we'll just keep it on Eastern Nebraska live stream, so people are notified kind of what's going on if they wake up, and we'll keep it right here. So you guys stay tuned and uh, yeah, enjoy live radar and then the live skycam. So each one of you have a good night.
South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of rain 60%. Monday, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and thunderstorms in the morning, then mostly sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 90s. South winds 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming southwest in the afternoon. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Humid with lows in the lower 70s. Northwest winds around 5 miles an hour. Chance of rain 20%. Tuesday, mostly sunny with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Humid with highs in the upper 80s. North winds 5 to 10 miles.